we do a little bit of scene setting, kind of explain some of the things that we were thinking about that led us to organising today. So, I mean, for me, the continuing and I would believe false opposition of different kinds of theatre practice on the basis of a perceived relationship with text is kind of an ongoing frustration and something that's inspired my current research. So despite a huge variety of really fascinating work being made by theatre makers in the UK, which seems to transcend the binaries between text-based and non-text-based theatre, I think there's still these divisions that persist, which is what makes me think we need to have further conversations like today about this complicated and unresolved relationship between performance. So that's kind of where I'm coming from.
Right, and I think this is going to require us to unpack some of the concepts that we use when we talk about text and performance and their relationship. So some of these things, like fidelity to the text and source material, we're just wondering if they're still meaningful in the way that we talk about text and performance today. What I'm really interested in my research, selfishly, is the creation of fictional worlds and how a play's fictional world that's created both by text and performance, and how both of those things interact together. It's sort of what I'm going to talk about today.
And also, just thought it'd be helpful to know if people know a bit about our research. We won't spend too long on this. I'm currently going into the second year of my PhD. My thesis is currently titled Design for Doing the Status of the Contemporary Text, the Status of the Text in Contemporary British Theatre. I should probably get that right. I'm interested in both sort of re-theorising the theatre text and also examining ways in which understandings of the text have influenced and are in turn influenced by the institutional structures of the theatre industry here in the UK. And also as a working theatre critic, which I know some of you will know me, I'm particularly interested in the role that theatre criticism plays as one of these kind of institutional structures in the UK, which has kind of not received very much scholarly attention to date.
Right. My research, I'm also going into my second year of my PhD here at Rory Mullarkey, and my research, as I sort of touched on earlier, is focused on the way that plays create incomplete fictional worlds. And I'm focusing on new plays at the Royal Court, which center their incomplete fictional worlds around unstable political, personal, and logical identities. I'm really interested in how text and performance both work together to create these worlds. So that's sort of about us. Getting back to the task at hand, we are hoping that this symposium is going to have a life after today. So we are recording it, and it will be available online, and the details of that will be made available to you. And we also hope that you tweet about it throughout the day so that those who can't be here today can join the conversation online. We have sort of started a hashtag, hashtag Are We On The Same Page? Feel free to join in and have a conversation.
And then we're also hoping to continue these discussions through the next issue of Platform, which is a postgraduate journal which is published out of the department here at Royal Holloway. And I'm just going to welcome James, who's my co-editor on Platform, to talk a bit more about it.
Hello, yeah, I'm Catherine Ted, co-editor at Platform. Just for those of you who don't know, Platform is a journal run in the Drama and Theatre Department by PhD students. We're just approaching our 10th year anniversary of its founding. It's great to have one of the co-founders speaking today, Vicky Angelaki. And I know there's a couple of other post-platform editors here as well. So what we provide is sort of a place for PhD students and early career fellows to more often than not publish their first article or publish their first book review. We're currently about to start drafting our call for papers for the next issue, which is going to be based on some of the discussions that arise from this symposium today. So if you're a PhD student or you're an early career fellow and your research links into what's being discussed today, or you're sort of inspired to write something or you'll take your research somewhere on a topic that's debated today, then do keep an eye out for our call for papers and consider submitting an article. You just Google us, RHUL Platform, you'll get loads of information. You'll have our email address, so even if you want to sort of jump the gun before our call for papers out and maybe send us a small abstract. We normally publish about 5 articles, and the articles are about 4,000 words, so if you something you want to be thinking about during the conference and then afterwards, and we will be giving everyone a shout out and a reminder if that's something you're interested in. Thanks.
And also there will be some past copies of previous issues of Platform which are available out by tea and coffee. I should also add on the same table there we've also got some books from Over on Books who are here and who are selling texts, some of which might relate to the stuff we're talking about today. So check that in the breaks later.
So the way that the day is going to go, I'm sure you've all been given a handout with the schedule. But we're going to start the day. Catherine is going to be in conversation with our lovely guest and crowd. And then we'll break for lunch. Sandwiches and lunch will be provided. And then after lunch we'll have two panels chaired by Catherine and myself that are sitting on the panels are academics and practitioners, and we're going to be talking about some of the issues that we're interested in today.
And just finally, before we get started, I'm very sorry to say that Chris Good is no longer able to join us and sends his apologies. He was going to be on the first panel this afternoon, and it's a real shame to lose him, but unfortunately he can't be here. So I think that's it from us. And I'd just like to welcome Tim. For anyone who doesn't know, Tim Crouch is a UK theatre artist based in Brighton who's been making his own work since 2003. He writes plays, performs in them, and takes responsibility for their production. His work includes My Arm, An Oak Tree, The Author, What Happens to Hope at the End of the Evening, and Advert and Give, all of which I hope we'll touch on at some point in the conversation. So thank you.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
So I kind of wanted to start actually with a quote from someone about your work. This is from Louise Lepage, who used to be a PhD student here. And she writing about your work, she says, the play, although it may exist in its form on the page as blueprint performance, is denied its traditional British status as the playtext. For the placement of the audience at the centre of this dematerialised theatre democratically shifts the play and its meaning uncertainly across and between playtext, performance and audience, and in the process disengages from the traditional binary of play versus performance. So kind of two things in there I wanted to draw out to begin with. First of all is this idea of dematerialised theatre, and I wonder if you just might begin by talking a bit more about what that means for you.
In the deep end. Yeah, it's a phrase that we have, both myself and Andy Smith, who is a long-term collaborator of mine, have sort of unpacked as much as we can in the work. Where does the materiality of a play lie, of production? And a sort of slightly romantic belief that the less material exists in the play, the more can be provided by the audience, in a way. So I think in all the work I try and generate a sense of incompleteness to some degree, if that makes sense. Not just in the script, but also in incompleteness in terms of traditional staging forms, I suppose. Not wanting to necessarily complete the picture on stage, so that act of completion can be given by an audience. And then dematerialisation, God, I mean, I think it's where we are in all theatre, really, although we've just got a little lost around our thinking about that, because nothing really is what it is on stage. But we've got a little confused about trying to make it look like what it is. And then we've enlisted materiality to help us in that task, which might not be a necessary task anyway. And it's a thing that I have said before about the idea that the site of any performance is in the audience's mind. So connections with demateriality and conceptualisation. What do we see, and what do I want you to see, and what will I show you? And to try and create a contradiction between what we will show you and what you will see feels like quite an empowering dynamic for an audience. So that happens, and that happened with the first thing that I wrote, which was a piece called My Arm, the solo piece, and it happened very sort of unconsciously in a way. But I think sort of looking back retrospectively happened in connection to some frustrations that I was feeling around theatre. So So in my arm there is a materiality, objects that are selected at random by the performer, donated by the audience, are sort of nominated as the characters in the story. So there's never any sort of, figuration of those characters. And if a character is generated in your mind, it's by you, the audience, not by me, the performer. And that feels a very empowering, that was my sort of driving way, was to empower an audience to take their responsibility, or to be given more responsibility in the act. So yeah, dematerialization, and then I think my arm started something that I've kept on returning to. I always, Adder and Gibb, which is the most recent piece of mine, explores very similar ideas around removing things. Because there is the danger with materiality that there are other values that creep in around materiality. In England, which is a play you didn't mention, which is the second play after an oak tree, there is that theme of commercialization, of the value of commercial value being placed on artwork. And I'm excited about theatre being resistant to that. You shouldn't put value on a theatre performance, although sadly with the Hamlet and the Benedict Cumberbatch, there is that quality, that sense of we'll trade tickets and we'll pay more money for this. I'm excited about theatre not being tradable in that way, because there is no materiality to it, there's no residue at the end of it, there's nothing that you can pass to other people and whose value can increase or decrease. But with visual art there is that, or with an object there is that. And also the issues around commercialism, I'm going to go off on one about, people coming to the theatre to see money being spent. Not in terms of sets and costumes, but in terms of the values that are placed on names now, on successful names or celebrated names, celebrated people that are connected around generating money. We'll get someone famous in and that will make more money for us. And I have a lot of reservations around anyone who makes theatre with the intention of earning money from it, which is kind of bad in a way. But do you know what I mean? Or that's the first intention, is to make money from it. If you make money from it, that's fantastic. But to go into the act of making theatre with the sole intention of making money from it, then that's shit. And that needs to be challenged. So there are all that big matrix of sort of economics really around the art form that I'm excited about not doing. And it's connected in my work, and it's also very much connected to Andy Smith's work as well. Andy Smith is sort of one step down the line in a way from me. He's much more stripped away. Andy Smith just stands or sits and talks to you. I still want to sort of use the machinery of the theatre, or the traditions of the theatre, to sort of unpack ideas around materiality and demateriality. Andy's just gone straight to the white light at the end, at the end of the corridor. That's what he's done. And I'm still sort of groping along that corridor.
I want to come back to what you were saying about the audience, and sort of to come back to one of the points that was hoping to draw out that initial quite long quotation, which was how the position in which your plays put the audience shifts to a certain extent this notion of the play.
Yeah. I mean, it's very interesting. I've been thinking about it. We had a little chat yesterday, and I've been on the train today thinking about ideas of text and authority. The authority of the text. Thinking about the Bible, thinking about Homer, about the idea that we want one person to be connected. We want the Bible to be the Word of God. We want it to be the Word of God. Then we can pin all our things around that idea, that singularity in a way. And actually, it's obviously probably not the Word of God, so it's disappointing. About that. What? Yeah, and similarly with Homer, I think there was an oral tradition that generated those stories, and at some point somebody coalesced those things, and they became text. And then we're really keen as a culture to ascribe greater significance, to the individual. So I'm aware of making work or writing work with those things around it, and then I want to sort of challenge those things. So because stemming from my experience as an actor, where there was this sort of slight deification of the writer, of the playwright, particularly in relation to the actor. As an actor, I often felt I had no access at all to the text, that the text was something that I had to really grapple with and find myself in, but couldn't ever engage in a conversation on any other level with the text. So to make work that is slightly more porous, I suppose, in terms of who's responsible for it, where is the person responsible for it, where's my relationship with the person responsible for it. So I have a relationship both with the text as an audience member and with the person who generated the text. So there isn't this sort of effortless sort of lifting away from where it comes from. That's why I think I'm still, I want to be in, or connected to the work in some way as much as possible. So relocating the audience, it's not about a physical relocation at all. It's about being made aware of always I think in the work is trying to make an audience aware of where things come from, so they can then have an informed relationship with that, rather than a sort of effortless sleight of hand that can take place where we totally disguise the provenance of a piece of work or the sort of machinery of a piece of work. And that feels like, that sleight of hand feels like an act of trickery to some degree. So I think always, trying to, one of them very basic is to keep things incomplete as much as possible. It's interesting in relation to Adler and Gibb, because I think we probably completed it a bit too much last year. We've just got some money to revisit that play, to think about that in terms of where the audience is. And that was also kind of scary, because that was a main house thing, and it was quite a traditional architecture for that theatre. So that's partly to do with where the audience sits. Sorry, Cathy, I'm rambling.
No.
Carry on rambling. Digging that hole. Carry on digging that hole, Tim.
No, well, I actually might come back to something about theatre traditions, which you've mentioned a couple of times, and something else we were briefly talking about yesterday. This idea of how important it is to you to emphasise that your shows are plays, and this is something you've spoken about before. And so it'd be interesting to hear a little bit more about why that's important to you, and also where you locate your work, both in relation to kind of drama and theatre traditions, and in relation to kind of performance and conceptual art traditions, which is something else which I know is a big influence on your work.
Yeah, so historically, going back, I feel it's historical. In my 20s, I was in a devising company. We just devised. We would have an idea for a show, a poster would get designed. We had 6 weeks as a cooperative to make a piece of work. And I never felt, none of the company, I think, felt they were writers of that piece of work. They were makers of that piece of work. Texts were developed. Usually the director would oversee the development of text, but all of us would contribute to the text. And then I became an actor, went to drama school, became an actor. And so when I became frustrated by being an actor and wanted to sort of explore that, it felt important for me that I should then start to write text, that I shouldn't start another devising company. And I can't quite unpack why, maybe I'll try and unpack why that felt important to me. I wanted to write, I wanted to sit down and write. I think there is that thing of not wanting to dodge responsibility. With the text, it's like the target is fixed to some degree, or is more fixed than when it's devised. What do I mean by that? The target is fixed. And it's also where we come from. My schooling, my education was to study writers and literature and to see that, so I can't disentangle myself from that. So I understand there is a history of literary criticism around text, which there isn't around non-text-based performance or devised performance. There isn't. I know that text also can be held up, studied, and will exist beyond me, exist outside of me, can be, or oddly in that sort of visual art sense, can be given objective status, which a live performance can't, and then can more easily, I suppose, be a contributor to an argument, because this is the code for that performance. I didn't see the performance, but this text is the code for it. And so, if I want to make challenges to that thing, it felt like I should try and make challenges within the form of that thing. rather than just sort of jettison that thing and start something completely different, I would like to think, I can't say I did this consciously to start with, because my arm was a very subconscious sort of act of creation in a way. But to make the challenges within the traditional form, rather than just sort of cut myself away from the traditional form, felt very, very important. Again, because the target is clear there, it's clearer. So the challenges and the accusations, I was going to say, that's not the right word. Maybe I would say with accusations that exist in the plays that I've written can exist beyond a memory or beyond someone having seen it or watching a video or something like that. So maybe that's the reason why I've stuck quite traditionally with I'm going to write a play. I want you to think differently about what a play might be. I said this to you yesterday. In an oak tree, in the early editions of an oak tree, there was a little exchange between me and the second actor in an oak tree. And it used to go, I said, do you have any questions? And they would read, no. And I go, really? Nothing? And they would go, how long is the show? And then I would go, the play. And then they would go, an oak tree. And then I would go, it's just over an hour. So I wanted to name an oak tree as a play because Faber and Faber, who published my arm, declined to publish an oak tree because the new drama editor there considered it to be performance art and not a play. So it was just a little sort of bloody-minded statement on my part at the beginning of that play to call it a play. I mean, it was purely selfish, and it's no longer in I don't think it's in this most up-to-date. Well, there's another up-to-date.
That's not the most up-to-date one.
It's not. Yeah, there was a revised one, wasn't there?
Which I do also have, but I didn't
Hey, that's good. How long is the show? It's just over an hour. No, okay, it's not in there. Because that was just me exercising some sort of frustrations, I suppose. So yeah, I want it to be there. I don't want to ditch. I did a drama degree. Do you know what I mean? I studied Howard Brenton and David Hare and all those people. You know, those things. And so I could have. I think in my 20s we jumped ship from that and we just devised and made work. I have no scripts of those pieces, and I'm sad about that in a way. I'd like to be able to revisit that work. It was before easy digital recording techniques were available, so I have no records of those works. And then I think when I started to write, I wanted to be a little bit more formally engaged with, how can I say, the history? I don't mean that sounds very portentous, but I wanted to sort of interlock with, or lock my horns with some traditional forms.
I think there are a couple of interesting things to continue kind of tease out there around the text itself, like the text as physical object. And I think, because there's an interesting tension between what you were talking about earlier, about theatre as something that doesn't leave behind material traces, but then in a sense there is some kind of material trace here. So I think that's an interesting tension that would be good to hear maybe some more reflections on. And also, because a lot of today is thinking about the relationship between text and performance, how do you think about the relationship between your work as performances and these texts which sort of continue to have a life after them?
Yeah. The reference to materiality in relation to performance, it's not resolved in my mind, but I know there is a text and that is an object that you can buy at the bookshop, and but that's not really the thing. The text is not the thing. The text is a series of sort of residues, I suppose, or of the thing. Or in this case, they are, I've said it before, this idea, they are codes to be decrypted in performance. That's why an oak tree is such a difficult play to read, I think, on text, because there is another story happening in an oak tree, which is an actor who doesn't know the play. You don't know the play. There's an actor who doesn't know the play, who joins me in the journey of that story. Doesn't exist in this text. And an oak tree is particular, I suppose, in that the text is visible. The text is visible. That's me reading from the text. And what's interesting, this is a purely sort of spurious observation, is that there are two sequences of text in an oak tree that I read from, and in the 330 performances, I still haven't learned that text. I couldn't put the script down and give you the text because I haven't learned it, because my brain is not needed to learn it, so it hasn't learned it. But I'm very excited about having text visible. I think I said to you on the phone about I dream of a sort of fantasy world where every performance, the actor is always holding the book. You know those wonderful performances where someone's ill and the director walks on stage and goes, I'm really sorry, but I'm going to be playing Juliet in the show today, and I'm going to be on book. And you go, yeah, something real is happening, something really exciting is happening. That's partly because the sleight of hand, or the trickery, or the deception, or the optical illusion, maybe that's a better phrase, the optical illusion is being shattered by the presence of the script. And I'm excited about placing all those sort of the mechanics there, and still trusting an audience or a human being's facility and ability to go beyond it, to jump beyond it. I say this always in the little chat I have with the actor before the show. I say, I will describe your character in the play. Please don't feel the need to try and physically represent a difference. We say you are this person, and for an audience you will become that person. Similarly, that there are techniques, very practical techniques, like in the earpiece in that play. You know, I'm there on stage feeding lines, and then they are delivering the lines. And I know that very quickly an audience forget that I'm there, or the good bit of their brain, the art bit of their brain removes me. So they can still connect with what the character is saying, and almost believe that the character is speaking of their own volition, like the optical illusion. The optical illusion exists, even though everything is refuting it. So that's very exciting, and that similar thing happens with the text. You know, that idea that we do all know this is a play. We do all know that this isn't, we're not here. You know, we're not where the play says it is. These people are not the characters they say they are. And there is a sort of, I think, a freedom and an energy around directness and honesty that doesn't get in the way of what I think the theatre is trying to do, the play is trying to do, which is a reflection on how we exist and how we relate and where we are in the world and how we function as human beings and all those kind of very crass, you know, binaries of what art does. And that's got nothing to do with an actor learning their lines and then tricking an audience into thinking they're speaking their own lines. The interesting thing in theatre is not about that. And somehow we have become obsessed about that. To the point where the question often asked after a performance is, how did you manage to learn those lines? And if that really is an obsession or an interest for an audience member, then we are horrendously off course. You know, if that's what an audience member in a theatre show is devoting some of their mental energy to, then we are wasting good time there. And if there's anything we can do to alleviate that, so if everything is visible and present, then there aren't those sort of questions, those rather sort of spurious realism questions, because everything is visible, and despite everything being visible, the thing that I think theatre is good at can still do the thing that theatre is good at. So that's wonderful, because there is that contradiction. Contradiction is not a bad thing for me in theatre. If anything, it is a fundamental in theatre, that I should not be the thing that I say I am. Here should not be the place that we say it is. And what's exciting is where we locate an audience in between those two statements. You know, I am not the Prince of Denmark, I am me. It's somewhere between me and the Prince of Denmark. That's where you exist as an audience. And that's really exciting. So yeah, the place of the text in performance. Yeah, an oak tree does it, and we talked about it. There's that joke in an oak tree where I get the second actor, I go, you're really good, you know, and you're doing really well. And then they look at their script and it says, so are you. It's really well written. And I go, thanks. So everything I'm saying is scripted. And that's a new thing, in addition to an oak tree, which was, a really important addition to this revival of an oak tree. I mean, revival is a silly word, really. In the initial conversation about how long is the show, it's just over an hour, and I go, any other questions? And then they go, this is new for this year, how free am I? And I'm a little knocked. I pretend being a bit knocked by that question, even though I know that question's coming. And I go, well, every word we speak is scripted, but otherwise, and then it goes ... So I really want you as an audience to know that every word I speak is scripted, and that's not reductive or prohibitive or restrictive in any way. I think it's quite the opposite. It's actually super free. I saw Andy Smith do at the Preston Bill, his new piece. He did a little showing for the staff of Fuel, this Fuel theatre producers. in their office in Somerset House yesterday afternoon. He's about to formally open it. And I saw it last in Brighton, maybe I saw it. And he hadn't learnt it. But yesterday he learnt it. And a whole set of other considerations then come in, because Andy Smith then is pretending almost, in as much as Andy Smith can pretend to do anything, is pretending that he's just speaking these words now. And I kind of prefer it when there is a script that Andy's reading from. We explored this very closely in the piece What Happens to the Hope at the End of the Evening, which is in the Adler and Gibb published edition. So in What Happens to the Hope at the End of the Evening, Andy's form is present against my form, well, not my form, but a more traditional form. So Andy sits on a chair, the script is on a music stand, and he reads. He just reads. Every word he speaks is scripted, but otherwise. And I stand next to him and operate next to him, and every word I speak, I know, I've learnt. So I'm giving that model of spontaneity, of look, I just feel like saying these words and I'm going to say it, to be or not to be. That is the question. No, actually that's been written, that script has been written. So it's really nice to off-play those two forms in that piece. And not to resolve them, but to sustain the tension between them. In that, so you talked about traditional forms. I'm still excited by traditional forms. I just think we've got a little bit swamped or unthinking or uncritical of those traditional forms. That doesn't mean we have to kill them. It doesn't mean we have to deny them, because they're there for a reason. But I just think we have, as theatre makers, become a little bit sort of blinkered to possibilities around them. And space that could be air or oxygen that could be put into them to still reflect importantly on how we communicate.
I love that line, everything is scripted.
Yeah, but otherwise.
And because I think that sort of just reveals something that is always the case about any kind of text, that it can never possibly script everything. I think there's this, Dan Radosavljevic has something like, scripts underdetermine the world, plays can't determine everything. So I think that there's something, and I know this has been said about your work before, there's something often that your shows do, your plays do, to reveal the things that are always at play in every piece of theatre that we see, but we're just not necessarily, our attention's not maybe drawn to those workings normally.
Yeah. The word meta is used a lot, and I don't fully understand the meaning of the word meta. Anyone would like to enlighten us on that word. But because I sense in life, in my relations in life, I am aware of the mechanics. Do you know what I mean? I am aware of how I go through this world, and very rarely am I sort of hijacked by things that I haven't sort of got even a sense of an understanding of. But in theatre, very often we are working, traditional rehearsal processes are about hijacking an audience, and taking it, You, Me, Bum Bum Train is almost literally hijacking an audience, isn't it? Or those immersive pieces, as though we're plunging you into this other place. And we're going to try and redesign this structure completely to keep that fiction uninterrupted or unfractured or unbroken. And I think we're really up for broken and fractured fictions. I think if you fracture it, if you stop it, it doesn't diminish its power. So in My Arm, the first piece that I wrote, again, these things instinctively appear. There's a moment in My Arm where it's called The Great Silence of 1973. Narratively, so here's the thing, it's a moment where, I think in Dublin once, nothing happened for over 5 minutes. If that was the first example of my self-determination, I was too young to remember the detail of the will behind it. For that moment, we have to go to The Great Silence of 1973. And then it says, I think it says something like, silence far longer, a silence far longer than is bearable, it says. So in 1973, the character in My Arm didn't talk for a year. That's the traditional thing. Narratively, I am telling you the character didn't talk for a year. And how I'm going to do that is by being silent for 3 or 4 minutes, for quite a long time. And then the reward at the end is eventually broken by, you'll appreciate how it must have been for all involved. I don't know what made me such a cunt. So I'm not just wanting to open space and remove authorship or remove narrative. I don't want to do that, I don't think. I want those qualities to exist, to be fractured, but I'm quite excited about a narrative engine running underneath it, you know, so that there are other moments in that where I am very keen about breaking, in the knowledge that actually I'm not breaking, I'm probably adding. Those moments are always, as a traditional actor, that hermetic sealing process that takes place, you know, before the show begins, where you go into your place, you stand in the wings and it's dark and you focus and you come on stage and you hit that moment. You have to hit that moment. I used to shit myself around those moments, about being in the right performance place for that moment, for that play to begin. I don't shit myself anymore with these shows because I never generate those moments. I never generate a moment where all the performances have to hit the pitch. Maybe with Adler and Gibb, but there's some other stuff happening around Adler and Gibb, and I want to remove, if there was that, I want to try and remove that. So always there's a moment of recognition. In my arm there's a moment of recognition. In an oak there's a moment of recognition. In England, Hannah Ringham and I, the two guides in a gallery, very clearly say, "Hi everyone, thanks for coming. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be here." And it's not like you have to be there. You have to be there. I've said it again, and I'll say it, you know, is the idea of a transformation when it does take place, it takes place sort of visibly, or it takes place with the full agency of the audience, rather than the pre-considered agency of the performer, or the pre-composed agency of the performer. That's about, agency and authority are two really important words in all of my work, because I want the audience to have more agency in connection to the story and to the mechanics of how the story is told, and I want them to have more authority as well.
Kind of want to, speaking of authority, come back to authorship as well, and sort of how those two are related. And you, of course, you were starting to mention, you were talking about what happens to the host this evening, and talking about the work of Andy Smith, who's a regular collaborator of yours. So I'm interested in hearing more about that process and the way in which you work with other people in that process, but thinking about where authorship might be located, whether that matters, and how that might then be made visible for an audience.
Yes. I mean, the text then to talk about a little bit is the author, obviously, because that word is very consciously placed there. And also, I am very consciously placed there in that play, in that there is a character called Tim Crouch in that play. And it does say, although Seda is here, who did a production of the author in Turkey, it says in this edition that the character of the author should always be called Tim Crouch, but we've become a little bit more flexible about that. If it's a foreign language production, then it's very weird if there are lots of foreign, Mediterranean, Turkish names, whatever, and then Tim Crouch. It didn't help us greatly. But the impulse, I think I still sign up for the impulse, which is I need the author to be present. The author must be present. I remember seeing one of the most, I don't know, I'm getting reductive here, but I saw a play once and I hated the play. And the writer of the play was, the whole time the play was on, I was watching it, was outside the theatre smoking. Which is really fine. I have no, I don't want to control their free will. But that's what they did. And I was in the theatre being subjected to their play. And I wanted them to be, and I had this naive idea that every play, always, there should be a chair at the side of the stage, and the playwright always has to sit there. Or normal play, and the playwright is always there. So we always know, look, it's there, they wrote it, don't blame me. Because as an actor, I think I might have done some plays where I wish the writer had been there, because I was taking all the shit. And it wasn't my fault. I mean, I might have not been acting very well, but it was there. They did it. Sorry. So that image of the writer being by the side of the stage and being present feels really important for me. So I think even in the process of writing, and so there's a connection now to the idea of form then, or considerations of form. Because perhaps more than anything, it's the considerations of form that is where the writer is most visible. Does that make sense? Yeah, maybe it does make, yeah.
Explain that.
Yeah, I will try and explain that. Well, if I'm going to take quite a sort of traditional approach to writing a play, I have a story I want to tell, let's say. I could just get some people in a room. We can pretend the room is not here, it's another room. We can pretend that people are not there, they're other people. And through their naturalistic or realistic interactions, the story of the play is told. That actually is a hugely conscious form, hugely conscious form. Although I think we've now got to a point where we forget that's a hugely conscious form. We just think, well, that's how traditional plays are.
That becomes the default.
Yes, the default, yeah. And so actually, sadly, playwrights often think that's how a play should be, rather than thinking, no, there are many, many different ways to skin a cat or to write a play. And so the choices that then the playwright makes in terms of the form they use to tell their story with. I mean, story, I'm using it on a very broad level, sort of sense of a theme or a narrative, or even if it's a fractured or deconstructed narrative. The form they're using to tell that narrative it is in a way their imposition, that's not the right word, is their contribution, is certainly a very sort of... So, okay, I'm going to go on a slight tangent here. There are some playwrights, and I'm working with one at the moment, who when they write a play, they never think about how the play will look on stage. Gary Owen is an amazing writer. Gary Owen, I'm doing a play for young people at the Unicorn Theatre, and I've had a long conversation with Gary Owen about that. It's like, he has an extraordinary solo piece called Iphigenia in Splot, and mostly he started writing just monologues, and when he writes, he has no sense of how they will exist three-dimensionally, physically, in a performance space in relation to an audience. And I think that Gary is a real writer. Do you know what I mean? He is a real writer. And what he then does, he goes, you're a director, I don't know, your job. I'm the writer, yeah? And you go, you're the writer. No, you are a writer. You're unencumbered when you write about these things. You just write from some, I don't know, I mean, I have huge respect for Gary. You write from some other place, and then you open the thing that you've written out to an existing process, which is about a stage process. I don't do that. I don't do that. I don't know how I could do that. That's why I don't talk about myself as a writer or as a playwright. I think that it's usually a theatre maker, which is a bit of a woolly, liberal phrase. But partly because I think that's right. I'm using words to generate the three-dimensional stuff. I'm using words to think about what's happening on top of this, and what's happening underneath this, and what's happening through this. And I'm sure writers are also doing it. Proper writers are doing it. And I'm not in a place in my writing, and I see it often, and I admire it, and sometimes I don't admire it, but, plays that are subsumed or submerged by their production, overwhelmed by their production, or given meaning and merit by their production to some degree. And that's an interesting one for me. That's an interesting one for me because it's old-fashioned maybe, but old-fashioned. It's not old-fashioned. I don't know what it is. When I try and consider making a piece of theatre or structuring the text of a piece of theatre, I am really thinking about everything around that piece of theatre. So I just yesterday wrote the end on a commission, which might never get produced, but a commission for the Unicorn Theatre, a piece that I've written that I'm not in. But the story is one thing, but the form is as important as the story. And I've said it about Adler and Gibb, and I'll say it about any of my plays in a way. The form has taken as much consideration in the writing of the play as the story. Yeah, Adler and Gibb completely. In a way, the journey of a form from abstract to a film. Do you know what I mean? That's as me being articulate as what I want about what I want to say about the world, as the story that is contained within the form. So I started this whole ramble by saying that the writers, it's the form, it's the imposition, or it wasn't the word that I used another word.
Contribution.
Contribution of form, thank you. the contribution of form it is for me the locale of the writer, the location of the writer in the piece. Yes, okay, that's good. So the more clear the form is, the more I understand the writer's presence. And that doesn't mean one person, you know what I mean? That can be devised, that can be forced entertainment, that can be all that sort of stuff. But I'm aware there is an intelligence, or there is another authority, or a more sort of tangible authority, when I see work that is operating formally as well as narratively.
It was interesting to hear about another production of the author that you, and because one thing I wanted to come on to at some point was thinking, if we're thinking about these as texts that exist separately from performances, then of course there is a possibility that other people can take hold of this and decide to do it themselves. And I'd just be interested to hear how you feel about that, and because I mean these are very kind of particular texts, and as you said, like something like an obituary, it's actually quite hard to kind of grasp it on the page in certain ways. So yeah, how do you feel about that, and how was that in your mind when you were deciding how to set these pieces down on the page for other people to experience?
So I never wrote them thinking about other people doing them. I don't think that's just not on my horizon anywhere in the writing of these pieces. My arm set the trend in a way, in that I wrote it in a very short period of time, purely for myself, to share with friends in their houses, that's how it started, was performances in people's houses in Brighton. I was totally taken aback when Faber, so the story of it is that Mark Ravenhill, I was in a Mark Ravenhill play in the 90s, so Mark and I were at university, he was younger than me, but he was in university when I was at university, so we sort of know each other, and I must have sent it to Mark Ravenhill, my arm. I sent it to Carol Churchill because I've been in the play of hers. And Mark obviously said, you should talk to this woman, Peggy Patterson, at Faber and Faber. And so I did, I sent it to Peggy Patterson, and she wrote back saying, we're going to publish this. And it was before I'd even properly performed it, before we'd even opened it in Edinburgh. And I'm trying to remember if I had some, well, that's not, I don't think I ever had, no, that's not really what it is. It's not really it's not a publishable piece of writing. And I feel that about all of these, but I don't set about making a publishable piece of writing. But I am super up for letting them go. I think that's really important, to let them go. Well, how would you not let them? I don't understand. I can't conceive of why you would not let them go. I do not understand the Beckett estate. I do not understand the Brecht estate. Do I? Yeah. No, I don't. Because it might lead to disaster. In that there has been a production of my arm where someone has had their arm above their head the whole time, which in my opinion in that play is a disaster. It's a complete ontological travesty in terms of what that play is doing and saying. But it's not my business. It's sort of not my business. It's not my business to control how somebody responds to an idea, or to control how somebody responds to a story, or a form, or a proposition, which is what these are in a way. The proposition of a story, or the proposition of how you could make a piece of theatre. Because I love to think that there is a plurality now, there is a huge plurality in how theatre is made, and however they want to do it, they are very welcome to do it. I now have made this, I won't go and see it, but I will give absolute, endorsement. I never make any money from them really, because they're never sort of like commercial runs. I am not Simon Stevens. I am not Simon Stevens. I wonder if Simon Stevens, I wonder if he writes seeing how, I wonder if he writes seeing how things are. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he goes, Katie Mitchell, here's some shit, I don't know what you're going to do with it. Yeah, great. I mean, he's a writer. I haven't got that freedom yet. I never will get to that freedom. That's just hardwired into me. I can't conceive really of writing something that doesn't in my head, anchor somewhere in the physical world. I'm not a novelist. I'm not a poet. I'm writing, anchors into the physical world, or conduits into a physical world, and I'm excited about what might be generated by that. So these are those things. These are those things, and anyone is welcome to take them, have a little play with them, do what they like with them, produce them. And I won't go around the world seeking productions out, so I can see them, because I don't know how would that benefit me. I've done a lot of work in the generation of them. I've done a lot of work in solving the production problems of them for myself. So I have probably made some decisions about how I think the things should be, how they should be done, and I give you carte blanche to do your own things with them. And I'm usually always overwhelmed and honoured, and chuffed to pieces that someone might want to do that. Because they feel very personal. But they would feel very personal because they're personally, I wrote them. But I also would like them to exist outside of myself. They do. I think Four Cents have published some texts, haven't they? I think there are some bits of texts.
In certain fragments, the sort of the collection of intellectuals published.
Yes. But I think people have approached them and asked to do their productions, and I'm not sure they ever said yes to any of that stuff.
You can get the text.
You can get the text from the company. You can, right? That's good to know.
I wonder if it'd be interesting to just hear briefly a little bit about this. You mentioned this production in Turkey, was it? The author. Would you mind sort of talking very briefly about the approach that was taken with that production?
Very briefly. The beginning, it's just, I still am in London text, so I saw the production in London, and I saw a few productions, the same production once. And then I translated it, and then, all, arrangements were done, and then, in Istanbul, when I went there to translate the text, and it was just a basic translation without any adaptations of bits and bobs for that culture, basically. So then we start reading the text, where we face the fact that we actually need to make some changes to this text. As Tim was mentioning, the first thing is that the location of the text, because at the beginning, in instructions, it says that play should take place, wherever it takes place, it should be at the Royal Court, and the author should be named in crash, so those kind of things. So I was in touch with them, and I was like, look, in my idea, this wouldn't, no one understands what the Royal Court actually symbolises in this text, so we need to play with these things. And he was absolutely fine, he was just do whatever you feel like. So we talked about these things with the actors, and then we used the actual names, and we used the theatre's name that we were staging it. To be honest, at some point, I think this is a good example for the symposium. The actors were constantly asking at the beginning, but what would Tim say? How would he want me to say this? What does this character? What is this? I don't understand. Why is this character saying this? And I was like, well, Tim is not here. Imagine that Tim's dead. And it was for them, because they were traditionally trained actors. It was really difficult to actually understand that there is not enough material in that text, even for the actor to have a very concrete, solid ground to get in the role and do it. So that was really challenging, but that challenge actually made them feel amazing. Like they were really, really intrigued by it towards the middle, and that they loved it. And I don't know what would happen. This is something that I was asking myself as a question. If this was a text, if I was doing this text in in 40 years' time, where actually Tim doesn't exist. There's all these kind of rules and regulations about copyrights and things, and the text says, well, wherever it takes place, it's the Royal Court and it's the crouch. So how would those kind of regulations work? Would I still be free to, how would that work? So if there are, I don't know the kind of the copyright things, whether a director can ignore that information or whether we have to stick to it in terms of like the authority of the text. And if we have to stick to that information, then does the author actually need to revisit those instructions for future stages? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
So that's something that I was kind of thinking about for other productions as well. But does this give an idea?
Yeah, that's really helpful. Thank you. And what you were saying about copyright and instructions, I don't know. I mean, I don't know enough about copyright to know how that would work. But there certainly seems to be an assumption of authority on the part of that the authority lies with the writer, with the playwright, to the extent that you read a play by so it was Attempts on Her Life has an instruction at the beginning about sort of the freedom that's given to interpreters. Similarly, a play like Pornography by Simon Stevens says these scenes can be played in any order with any number of performers. But I think that the fact that it's necessary to issue an instruction like that at the beginning of a text speaks volumes in itself, because otherwise it's assumed that interpreters should be following this to the letter. Like they need to be given. It's almost as though they need to be given permission, because the default position is still that the authority lies with the playwright. So it's interesting to think about what would happen with these texts were they to go on.
And don't get me wrong, this is why I like Tim's writing. The writing itself is actually, it sets you free within the structure. That is the amazing thing about the whole form that Tim was talking about. So it's so kind of elastic, if that makes sense. It's the form is very fluid. That's what I like. It's just that kind of it just came to my mind when you were talking about the form. That kind of little information. If we can't ask you, then what happens in the production somewhere else? Does that make sense?
I love the idea of Endgame or Play or Beckett, the notes at the beginning, the writer's going, this is whatever you want to do with it. Here's the text, up to you. One of those texts that you get sometimes where it's just the text and nothing else, and as a director you have to work out what you're going to do with it. That would be great from Beckett. Thanks, Beckett. The fidelity of the text. It's interesting, and in terms of writing or traditional writing, you said, yes, an actor can't go to the author and go, well, my character's motivation here. In an oak tree, there's a little exchange where the second actor goes, can I ask you a question about my character? And I go, of course. And they go, what does he do for a living? Which is, it's like an in-joke in a way, because that's the David Mamet sort of, what does he do for a living? Well, what did he do, what was his childhood like? Or when did he first go to Germany? What did he do for a living? And I was assuming he was a teacher. And then they're still trying desperately to make connections, so the second actor then goes, of art or something, because there is a sort of art theme in play. And I always thought maths or geography. And then they go, then I go, is it important? And their line, scripted, is not really. Not really. And it's very off the cuff. But I think it's one of the most important exchanges in the whole play, in a way. In that it speaks hugely to the character. They are not an artist. And in my head, they've made a work of art by transforming a tree into their daughter, but they are not an artist. This is art. It's got nothing to do with being an artist. And also, this is not a play where we need to know what they do for a living, really. Because I don't think you'll get that. And I do find that weird. I feel that with the actors that I worked with last years, there is this need to try and do the traditional actor training approach, which is to research and work away and go away and find things. And the author attacks that unambiguously in a way. The realism rehearsal devices to try and give your character authenticity. No, my plays they're not about that. There's something beyond, not beyond, I'm not going to say it's beyond anything, but there's something separate to that psychological realism that I think has really informed how a character character is written, or how a play is structured, or how a writer thinks about what their character says. You know, having been through the rehab for actioning, I've been in a long rehab course of actioning my character's psychological actions. That's so not an interest for me. And that's the thing I think I could refer back to the idea I think I was saying at the beginning, that theatre has become a little sort of unconscious of itself in that respect, in terms of what we do now and how that's the given, the default, your word. And actually what we don't have to do anymore, what we can get rid of, what we can happily jettison. So I'm jettisoning as much as I can, but I'm not jettisoning the text. I am not jettisoning the text. And I don't want to jettison the text. I'm not saying that people should never jettison the text. I think that's, you know, that everyone can do their own sweet thing. But I feel like there is more to sort of argue with. Yeah, if there is a text, there's more to sort of grapple with and get fucked off with and frustrated by, you know, if there is a text. Because then I have the experience of the performance and it lasts an hour and a half. I have it. I try, which I can't do, but what you critics do so brilliantly, which is to sort of comprehend that and process that. And you know, reviewers who don't look at the text will write review on what they've experienced then and there. But I also want something like some corroborative evidence in a way to what we just did then. That feels really important to me. It feels really important to me. I have never written a piece which is just a series of instructions for physical action. Music, physical action, lights, you know, play without words. Beckett did do that, didn't he? He did do that. I don't think I would do that. I'm devoted to words. I think I've talked a lot about, you know, how words are conceptual forms to some degree. Words trigger authority for an audience because the word is not the thing itself. It's a carrier for the thing itself. So you put a word out there, an audience has to respond to it and has to do something to the word. You put an image out there, they do it in a different way, but I think they have less authority in relation to an image than they do to a word. A word will also generate an image, so a word is both those things, and it's completely dematerialized. Whereas an image is not dematerialized, it's present in the space. So if I think as strongly as I do about words and the importance of words, then I will probably always think about writing them. Or creating a vacuum in relation to them. Or, you know, do you know what I mean? There'll always be something. There'll be the yardstick from which I will make my work, rather than I will want to just not think about them at all. There's some companies, these companies like Action Hero, they use the words, and the new piece by Made in China, the words are really, really empowering those pieces. And Slap Talk, you were talking about it, the Action Hero piece, which I haven't seen, and it's all auto cue. So
yeah, so it's a 6-hour durational piece, and the two performers throughout are standing facing one another, but they're reading off auto cues the whole time, and it plays a lot with this idea of how much the extent to which they are being scripted, and because they're performers and they're writers, so you know they are sort of scripting themselves and scripting one another, and it plays a lot with those kind of dynamics. But the text is, although as audience members you can't always necessarily see what's on the auto cue, you're very aware of the physical presence of the text in the space, in a sort of, I suppose, similar, different way to something like an oak tree where you've got the physical text.
Yeah. It's exciting as well. I think about in the author, there are these moments in the author where an actor in the script turns to an audience member and goes, "Are you okay? Do you want me to carry on? Do you want me to stop?" And it's in the script. So they're going to do that naturalistic. I mean, they're going to read. They don't go, "Do you want me to stop?" I'm excited about the contradiction. It seems like you were asking me that question. But I would like you to know the play is scripted. And I think by the time people do that, they might get a sense that the play is scripted. I hope they get a sense that the play is scripted.
There's kind of an interesting tension in the uncertainty there that audience members might feel about whether that is scripted or not, and whether they know that's scripted or whether they suspect it might be scripted but they're not sure. Either way, it's making the text somehow kind of present in their experience of that event because they're questioning
unhinged, you know, which is kind of, and that's the specific in a way about the author, is that we are sitting all together. There is no physical distance between the performer and the audience. They are right cheek by jowl with each other. And so if you put that question, are you okay, to someone sitting directly next to you, that's funny, isn't it, about magnification and scale. There are questions asked of Hamlet, by Hamlet, for example, in Hamlet. To be or not to be, that is the question. And you would never expect anyone to go, be, not be. I know it's not a question like that. But there is, you know, an invitation to engage with my process here, you know, in those soliloquies. Engage with my process. But because of the structure and the form and the tradition and the space, you know, we wouldn't ever think that we are. So I always say, the character of Tim Crouch is as different to me as the character of Hamlet. I mean, no, that's not true entirely. I'm not a Danish or a prince, and in the character of Tim Crouch and the author is a writer and a director. But I do think there is a huge difference between them. I am not that person. So it is quite traditional in one way that I'm playing a character. I'm just removing all the signposts to the difference. God, but still I am not that person. I'm not removing all, I'm reducing them to almost invisibility. The idea that the character is in, and then there is a fourth wall, and it's all around me. And if I say, okay, do you want me to stop? And if someone says, yes, stop. It's great. The play will then continue with the word stop by someone to someone else. I think it says it in the introduction to the author. There are genuine questions. What does it say? There are genuine questions. When the audience is asked questions, these are direct questions that the audience are more than welcome to answer, but under no pressure to do so. They will, we would welcome an answer. It will not then become a trigger for a conversation. Yes, sorry.
Talking about the author, I wanted to kind of move on to in relation to that piece and also to Adler and Gibb. I wanted to think a bit about the specific context of the Royal Court, because I mean, one of the things I mentioned in about today, and one of the things I want to look at is not just how we might think about the text in a slightly more abstract way, but also how understandings of the text have more kind of material repercussions within certain institutional structures in the UK. And the Royal Court is interesting as a context for your work in that it has this very strong tradition of text-based drama, and it's the writer's theatre. So it'd be interesting to hear about how you feel about the placement of your work in that context.
I'm very happy that it should be in that context. In the same way that I'm very happy that these should be published plays. What then happens in that is the exciting thing for me, because obviously you are playing with a preconception. You're playing with a preconception with a published play, you're playing with a preconception with a Royal Court theatre play. And the author really consciously plays with the preconception of a Royal Court play by spinning off from an idea of a Royal Court play, in that there is another play in the author which is an archetypal in one sense. It's a reduction as well, sorry. It's a slightly reductive idea that it's an archetypal Royal Court play, but it's a play of brutal violence, shocking realism, that is referenced in the author all the time. And one could, even if one doesn't know the Royal Court, one can understand that there is that genre of play. And one could also, if you do know the Royal Court, would understand that that genre of play might have seen its home at one point as being in the Royal Court theatre. So to be able to go in, to be allowed to go in, to then have a look from the inside feels much better than not to be allowed in and have a look from the outside. What is that thing about pissing from the pissing from the inside? I don't know what that. Anyway, feel like I'm not pissing. Oh, maybe the author pisses a little bit on the inside of the Royal Court. Maybe it does. think it probably does. But that's all. That's good. I think that's good because it locates the argument where the argument should be. You know, that's where the argument exists, and so that's where we should contribute to the argument. And to spin off into other places distant from that place and have the argument is great, but also occasionally to bring it home feels really important. So important there, and important as well to question in the author the idea of the writer's theatre, because the Tim Crouch in this play is the writer and director, but he is, I think, of a model that is current or has a currency around that theatre. So he is an auteur, he is high status. I think he's abusive in his high status. He's abusive in terms of how he treats the actors in the play that he directs. So that all feels very important. So if I had a choice to go to another theatre with the author, well, I wouldn't have written the author. The author was written because I knew it was going to be in the Royal Court, or you always hope it's going to be in the Royal Court. You don't know. They commission loads of plays and not all the plays get produced. Adler and Gibb then, yeah, maybe even more importantly felt like it had to be in the Royal Court. And it might have been hoisted by my own petard there, because maybe it was a little bit too much for the Royal Court to some degree, even though it doesn't have the unblinking kind of horror to some degree of the author. And the author is totally out there in terms of where it goes thematically. Adler and Gibb, I think, is out there formally, totally out there formally to some degree. And I would like the Royal Court to be more out there formally. So I'm taking the argument into the Royal Court and doing something out there formally. What's exciting in a way, just as a sort of as a footnote, is that we've just got some Arts Council funding to revisit Adler and Gibb. And the Royal Court are very excited about supporting a touring version of Adler and Gibb, because they do see it as it's the 60th anniversary of the Royal Court next year, is it, or the 50th? I think the 60th. And they're doing a lot of things about pushing the work out and changing the understanding of the work of the Royal Court, and they're using Adler and Gibb and many other things alongside it. They're using Adler and Gibb as a statement of intent to some degree, which I'm very flattered by and happy about, because I think at times at the Royal Court, Adler and Gibb people didn't know what the fuck was going on. And I want to maybe address that. Why the fuck didn't you know what the fuck was going on formally? And is it because you were a Royal Court audience, or is it because the play didn't know what the fuck it was, or what's happening there? What's happening there? I don't have any answers to that. I'm excited to be given an opportunity to approach it again and to think about it again, and either make it easier or actually make it harder. I hope I will have the confidence to make it harder. It doesn't feel very hard to me. It didn't feel very hard to me, but for some people it felt impossibly hard and they had to leave at the interval. So we're not going to have an interval, I think. That's the plan. That's the plan. Cut the interval. Cut the interval so they can't leave. Who was it saying yesterday? Caroline Horton's Islands, the play at the Bush Theatre. Did anyone see that?
Yeah.
It's a bouffon, like a bouffon tack on tax havens. And they used to have... Oh, they didn't have an interval. And loads of people walked out. And then they did have one. And they said, we're going to have a 5-minute break now. You can fuck off if you want, or you can stay. It was that kind of play. And hardly anyone left. Partly because they knew they had a valve to escape by. Whereas when there wasn't an interval, they didn't have a valve and they had to go. They had to just go. Talking to the assistant director on that show day before yesterday. So anyway, sorry, that's another footnote, really. But yeah, talking about Adler and Gibb. So trying to write form, I suppose, that's an interesting thing, isn't it? That's kind of what I'm trying, I think that's what I'm trying to do. And going back to the unicorn thing that I just possibly might have finished yesterday, but only as a first draft, is I had a conception of a form when I've been writing a play to fit the form. And with Adler and Gibb, no, it was a much more negotiated journey between the story that I was excited by and the form that I was excited by, and trying to sort of dance them together throughout the whole sort of 3 or 4 years of its gestation of that play. And then I I wanted to then, I felt like that play should be published. I know it will be quite difficult to read in a way. Well, actually, no, maybe Adler and Gibb is not so difficult to read. Maybe it's easier to read than to see. Because in Adler and Gibb, there's all that stuff about the, I don't know if you know, but the play begins with performers just facing out, directing out, facing out, performing out. But they are inhabiting vocally, in terms of energy, vocal energy, they are inhabiting a big story of daring do and mischief and sexiness, but they don't physicalize it at all. And so maybe in the script it says, it says very clearly, it says super clearly, it is not direct lines delivered out, facing out, no adopted accents, no gestures, no actions. So if I'm a reader of that, I'll go, oh, okay, that's not just the director's idea, that's hardwired into the writing of the play. But if you saw the play, you might go, well, that's a stupid staging idea. Well, how stupid is that? Whose idea was it? My idea. I directed it. Shit. But if you read it, maybe you get a sense. And then there's a stage direction in the second half of the play where it says this momentarily. What does it say? It says, oh my God! It says this momentarily is. I want to just read it. Hang on a minute. It's just I know where it is. Yeah, this is now momentarily a stage play. So as a reader, you go, I've been given lots of help here by this is interesting, by text. Text that I can take at my own time, I can think about at my own leisure. I'm not being given three-dimensionally live, time-based now as a result of this piece. Now this is what it is. I'm given a little signpost in this text about where this play is going. Oh, nice! That's your ticket. Did you pay for it? That's it. I'm glad you didn't pay for it. Yeah. Oh, well, that's interesting then. That throws up lots of thoughts about what a text does in terms of illumination or clarification of a performed moment that a performed moment cannot give, or a textless piece, or a piece where there is no published text. We talked yesterday a bit about how Oberon are doing a very interesting thing. Are you here, George? Yeah. Publishing Action Hero. There's been publishing Andy Smith's work as well, beginning to really sort of broaden that. Cathy and I talked about hoping that you would be here today, that at some point today you might talk to Oberon's policy around picking up work that is not traditionally sort of conceived or considered to be text-based. Well, I think the things that you're publishing are text-based. But yeah, I'm excited that there are illuminations in this that I would not need you to have, but it might help you to have in terms of how you think about a work in performance. But I also would not want the performance to be dependent upon this.
There's a lot in there, but we've got about half an hour left, so I'd like at this point to kind of open it out. If anyone has any thoughts about that or anything else they'd like to ask.
Actually, I'm quite interested in this gestation period for Adler and Gibb. What was happening in that? Where did the play come from?
Yeah. Yes. I think it would be 5 years, really, the gestation of Adler and Gibb. I did a thing in Dublin just recently where at the end of a mentorship process I was invited to talk for a little bit, and what I did was I went through all the documents on my hard drive that had some connection to Adler and Gibb. And it started with me wanting to do a play about Samuel Beckett and Peggy Guggenheim fucking for a day, which they did for a day. Because I just was in the spirit of England and art and commercialism. I thought, wow, what an amazing thing to just set a play in that day with Samuel Beckett and Peggy Guggenheim. And then I, of course, realised that the idea of writing Samuel Beckett was just bonkers, was just not possible. I mean, I'm not technically able, or then I thought, well, why would I do that anyway? So then it became an idea around writing about real people. And there was a Mary Luckhurst book from York called Playing for Real, which I thought would be a solution to all my questions on that, and it was not. It was so frustratingly not. It was sort of hagiographic interviews with famous actors about how they found their character, playing Harold Macmillan or Winston Churchill or Marlene Dietrich. And it was like, oh, fuck off, I want a book that goes, this is stupid, why are you doing this? Why are we so stupidly doing this? So that's where it began to sort of engage with that thing. And then I thought, well, I'll create some real people who are not real, and then I will explore the problems of that, you know. And so slowly, and then around about that time, also about being excited for me in terms of art, and art's ability to unknow things, to unknow rather than to know. That I was anxious that art can often be seen as a learning resource. This is a play about, I don't know, you know, the War of the Roses. We will learn about the War of the Roses with this play. I go, oh, I don't want to learn about I don't want my plays to teach me about the War of the Roses. I want to learn about things that I can't learn any other way. And yeah, the idea that art could be about a process of unknown and a frustration with actually how it's become quite acquisitive, or it's used in quite an acquisitive way. Particularly my issues with realism. Realism is about acquiring reality and you know, and owning it, you know, and it becoming, it not being able to exist independent of anything anymore. So huge circuitous thoughts around that. And so that's where the idea of children came in. The idea of children who would manifest form and then remove form. And because I was excited about, I always had in my head the idea of Daniel Day-Lewis preparing for Lincoln, being watched by 2 8-year-old kids, just laughing their heads off. That was always the image. What the fuck are you doing, Daniel Day-Lewis? Why are you doing this? Why the fuck are you doing that, Daniel? Ha 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 ha. Because an 8-year-old kid can do Daniel Day-Lewis and Lincoln, can do Lincoln like that, much better than Daniel Day-Lewis, much better than anyone in a way, by just going, I'm President Lincoln. And you go, yay, great. So I wanted that freedom, so I then slowly invented artists. I invented an artist called Janet Adler, and I wanted to really remove from Janet Adler any possibility of wanting to exist after Janet Adler. So I made Janet Adler and her lover, Margaret Gibb, were just not interested. Margaret Gibb sold all her eggs to fertility research at Columbia University in the 80s, because she just didn't want, you know, there was no desire to reproduce. And reproduce became a very important word for me in my head about reproduction. I don't mean about fertility, but I mean about wanting to make the same thing again and again and again. These are 2 artists who didn't want to do that. And they are pitched against a culture that does want to do that, big time. You know, and in that sense, the form of that was to make a film of an artist who didn't want to exist after she's dead. So yeah, hugely long things, and stories, big fucking story. And you know, who was it who said, and it's absolutely true, I really shoot myself in the foot by my most exciting theatre form that happens in the beginning of the play, even though a lot of people walked out, idiots. And then it goes into this kind of, oh mate, yeah. Can I just quickly put my laptop? I want to just read a little. I wonder if this is allowed. I'm allowed to do this. So I had a meeting with the Royal Court. We're just starting to sort of gear up to thinking that this might actually happen next year. It requires the Arts Council to fund it again. But Vicky Featherstone said, "Did I ever send you that email?" And I said, "What email?" And she said, and then she forwarded this email. And this email is from a very famous artist. Who came to see Adler and Gibb, and it's just brilliant because dear Vicky, so this is the artist writing to Vicky last year. Dear Vicky, thank you so much for the pleasure of coming to the Royal Court with my son and seeing Adler and Gibb. It was so strange to have the likes of Rob Storr, Dave Hickey, and other critical names in the New York art scene and their language evoked in this play. At times, the 3 levels of presentness, recollection and wishful thinking in the strata of the play produced vertigo, as did the multiple deployment of stasis and movement, real and recorded. I really love the device of the static bodies at the beginning and their Rob Grillet-like dialogue being referred to as slides, and was somewhat sad to see that staccato lost as the play became more narrative and Patricia Highsmith Line. Anyway, thanks for a very intriguing, enjoyable evening. All the best, Anthony Gormley. I didn't know this email existed until Monday. It's like, oh, why didn't you tell me about it last year? But and I'm completely with him. I'm completely with him. I go into some very traditional tropes in the second half, about, Scooby-Doo is the phrase I've always used about that play. It's like, the bad kids are going to kill the old lady and take and steal her stuff. And I want it to do that. And I want it to go there because I want to play those forms against each other. So writing form. So this is something, what's it called? Are we on the same page? Are we on the same page in terms of writing form? I would like to think that contemporary theatre can do that more, or is capable of accommodating an understanding of how we give form text or textualise form and contextualise form. Anthony Gormley liked my play. Didn't like the second bit, but liked the first. He'll be watching this on the live stream. There isn't a live stream, so it won't be. I know this right.
Somebody can do it.
Yes,
Yes,
Tony
there you go.
Gormley. Oh, you be careful. At Tony Gormley.
Are there any other questions?
Can I have another one for Sarah, actually? Is that allowed?
Yes.
I just wanted to ask whether you staged it in the same way that the original was staged, with the pacing, auditorium, or did you take some other decisions?
No, we did it almost exactly the same way. Because I thought that's like one of the most important aesthetic formal things about the author. So there was conversations about whether we should add another because of the setup. Basically, it's 2 rows and there is another one. So those are the 3 in the stages in the middle. So I said they were asking, well, we can have more audience members doing that. I was like, we're not interested in the numbers and we're not interested in the tickets. So we're interested in the form and what it creates. So we had long conversations about what it would make if we had another group of people there. To me, that wouldn't create the same impact because then where you look is going to be divided in a way, if that makes sense, and need proximity. So we kept the same style with the narrow space between the 2 rows. I changed the music in terms of form and lighting-wise, of course, of whatever is available. So it was again quite, dim lighting, quite cozy. But we kept it almost the same seating.
Question.
It's kind of, I'm not sure what I mean by this question, but hopefully it will make a bit of sense. What is particular next scenario? So with form, like you were talking about form earlier, when you're writing early on in the process, do you have a particular story or an idea for a narrative of some kind that you want to explore, and then it's a case of going, right, I have this story, I have this idea, and now I need to find a form to accommodate that which reflects that? Or is it the other way around, in which case it's kind of like there are these devices, these conventions that are either pissing me off or really excite me about theatre, and I want to tackle them, but I need to find some kind of way in? Or is it a mishmash of the two, and it's impossible to find a way through?
It varied greatly with each piece, really, and often it is a little dance between this. So I'm moving the story forward, and then that impacts formally on things. What's really great, though, as a writer, I call myself a writer then, is that you're writing. If you're writing with an understanding of a form, it really helps your writing. So, for example, the beginning of Adler and Gibb, 2 people arrive at Derrick House, and they fuck by a tree, and then they get disturbed by a deer, and this stuff. And I'm writing in the knowledge that they're not going to do any physical movement at all. So it really helped and eased my approach into what they said, because I'm going to give them as much physical activity to do in a way that can be done and understood, comprehended just through their language. So it cut any waste all the way. Anything that wasn't totally serving that form disappeared very quickly. With an oak tree, so it was a story of I had this artwork, Michael Craig Martin artwork called An Oak Tree. I wanted to make a response to that. It's a glass of water as a tree. Then spent a long time going, well, how do you make a response to that? So the idea of a transformation of something into something else. So I stuck with a tree, but changed it from a tree, changed the tree to something else. And it took me a year to develop the story of an oak tree. And this is an important story because I then offered the part of the father in An Oak Tree to Andy Smith. I didn't want an actor to play the part. I wanted someone who couldn't do acting to play the part. I hadn't written the play, I just developed the story. And Andy Smith, in a conversation that he and I had in my house, at my kitchen table, we talked about my arm. He'd seen my arm. We'd never worked together before. I wanted him to play the father because he's not an actor. And the conversation that we had, in that conversation, he, I think, suggested, well, why don't you try a different actor every time? In relation to the objects that I use in my arm, why don't we see if you could do that? And it was like, okay, I then wrote the play relatively quickly. Because I had to then write, in the same way that with Adler and Gibb I had to write scenes, text, structure that would accommodate an actor who didn't know the play. And it became really not simple. Well, yeah, to some degree. When I teach, I often teach around restriction. I put a restriction around it, and I always say that restriction is just an unenabled form. Restriction is a good thing. Form is a restriction. I don't mean it's a bad restriction, it's a really good restriction. Because you could write anything about anything, and your head would explode. Or you could write, and then you put this clamp down, you say you can only write using these things. Oh, well now my head doesn't explode. Now my head has a very practical problem to solve here. So I had some very practical problems to solve in the writing of An Oak Tree, because I had to put an actor in it who didn't know the play. So that's happened. Adler and Gibb, it was a real negotiation between the two things. So if I had an idea that I wanted to explore realism in its most inimical way, then I would think about total naturalism, the filmic naturalism, and I'd think about the opposite of that, and that then, I think, encouraged the idea of a story of an actress being employed to play someone. Because I want to rewrite Adler and Gibb, because in the last year, I have encountered a woman called Ivana Chubbuck, who is an American acting teacher, who I just want to lift all the things that she says and put it in text. She's absolutely appalling. But she's just in that right-wing, neocon, monstrous way. It's like a gift to me. And I only discovered her after Adler and Gibb. It was like, oh, look, Andy and Carl, these are my two collaborators. Look at this woman. This is just amazing. So that shifted a little bit. England, the play England, which is a really important, super important play to me, as a sort of connective text that connects loads of things up. There is the second act in England, where the audience play a character, and they play the veiled grieving widow of a man whose heart has been harvested and put inside the protagonist's body. It's like a major sort of ask, but they don't have to do anything other than just be an audience and to be active and to bring their imaginations. And that's because I wanted to write a play about transplantation, because I'd been commissioned by the Fruit Market Gallery to write a play, or to write a piece of theatre that would go into a gallery. It was like, that's an act of transplantation. So that was a macro level form suggesting the story, because it was not just form of how I'd write a play, but form of an art form inside an art form inside the home of another art form, inside the body of another art form. So yeah, always that negotiation. Oh my God, here they go.
Right, let's start from the back and kind of move down. So right up there.
I have a question kind of relating to authorship and the openness of the text in relation to the audience, in relationship to the author, which I saw in Manchester. There were two moments in that performance that I never quite knew that an invitation to us that we can leave at any moment, which of course we always can anyway?
Yeah.
Or is it meant to manipulate our response to the play in terms of this is terrible, this is shocking, this, you know, and I wasn't quite sure how I felt about that. Equally with the photograph of the child, is that intended to manipulate our emotional identification with the child? Because at the same time I'm thinking, well, I know that's not your child. I know that could be a photograph of anybody. So I just wondered what the thinking was.
Yes,
behind that.
okay, good to hear the word, I mean, it's interesting to hear the word manipulated in respect of both those incidents. Those moments in the play. Manipulated. Yeah, I'm going to hold that. I just want to come back and someone about an oak tree said, oh yes, it's a great contrivance. It was a tweet. Someone said about an oak tree being a great contrivance. And I knew that was a little bit of a.
I have to say I love the play by
Okay, thank you so much. But so I'm interested in manipulation and contrivancy because I even say in an oak tree, don't you think it's a bit contrived? And they say it's hard to tell from here. And I go, of course. So name me a play that isn't a contrivance. On one level. And I suppose I'd also say, name me a play that isn't to some degree manipulating its audience. So yes, they are two, I hope, generous acts of manipulation. As every play is packed full of, I hope, generous acts of manipulation. The walkout, absolutely. I want to give a model of an action, of a response. To go, you can do this. Yes, this is possible. You're in an odd space here. It's not a normal theatre configuration. You might think you're trapped here. I don't want you to feel trapped. And I feel, that's those. We're not in the dark here. So, if you go, you're going to go, and we'll see you. And so, yes, to put someone who would then sort of pave the way. Although we did want to do a show and somebody left before the plant. This was 10 minutes in. There is that, and also it connects it on a bigger thematic level about what can we do about this thing? What can we do about it? How do we, in the case of the author, I suppose it's around, well, very practically at the end, it's about child pornography. The play's not about child pornography, but the action is that he gets his, it's through the example of child pornography. About how can we influence and affect that thing? And I think with child pornography is, first off, don't fucking watch it. Right? And second off, leave. If everyone left, it wouldn't get made, and that would be the end of that. So that felt right. With the photograph, it is the only visual thing. And it makes me think of in my arm, the objects they come, and I select them at random. And in the early script, and I kick myself now, because at times, so I don't think it has it in here. It would go, this is my mum, this is my dad, this is the house we lived in. And then it would say, he presents a photograph of a dog. This is our dog. And I lost my nerve. We brought in an amazing friend of mine, Hetty MacDonald, who's a director, quite really film and telly and stage director. And she went, why are you doing that? Why establish the rule? Why are you then fucking with the rule? And I went, maybe I shouldn't fuck with the rule. But I fuck with the rule with that. And I go, again, at one point, I wanted to do, we talk about a character in a residential centre for people who've undergone trauma. And there's a boy called Kevin Proctor. Kevin was perfectly normal, but we'd never wear any clothes if we could possibly help it. He would parade around the corridors displaying the thickest pubic hair and the smallest penis I've ever seen on a boy of 14. Like a peanut presents peanut, on a bird's nest presents bird's nest. It was a gag on one level. It was like, bringing it down to figuration. I realised I was just doing it as a gag, but I want to sometimes figure these things. I want you to see these things. So I'm afraid with the baby in the author, nothing else is being shown to you. Nothing else is being shown to you, but I'm going to show you one thing. In the same way that there are 3 physical actions that are described in the author. One is me lowering the hatch of a flotation tank, and it says he represents the action. Another one is Vic showing you how he did exercises to loosen the tension in his shoulders. He represents the action. The other one is when Esther shows the action of a man having his head chopped off and describing it and then doing the movement and then saying to everyone, would you like to try that? That's a representation of the action. So there are those 3 moments and there's the photograph of the child. Because I know the child is going to become important, and I know I'm manipulating you, and I'm going to put that image in your head and align it with something almost unbearable to think about, but I'm going to do that anyway, because that's the play's purpose to some degree, is to step into that white heat and have a horrible time there, but hopefully come through it with some kind of improvement of understanding or something, I hope, an improvement. I hope the play, the author does not. What's the opposite of improvement? What is the opposite? Make things worse. I hope it doesn't make things worse. It will hopefully be an improvement, but through real difficulty. And I think probably that would be true. Improvement can only happen through real difficulty. If it doesn't happen through real difficulty, probably the improvement is not much of an improvement. I say, maybe. Thank you.
There was a question, I think, over here.
Thank you. I hope this comes out as a question. As somebody I recently read Adeline Go without having seen it. It's really interesting to hear what you said about the text providing perhaps a kind of support that maybe isn't there in the same way if you're watching it. I just wondered whether, maybe building on what was just said about sort of providing care and support from an audience, there are places in your work where that comes through the text and places that it comes through in performance, like the audience being beautifully lit and cared for in the author.
Yeah.
I just think, where do you locate care in text or performance, or how does it differ between the two, perhaps, if you are providing an audience with support to make the transformation not too difficult?
That's so beautiful, the place of care. Well, I think about Adrian Howells. For those who knew him, you were lucky people. Those who didn't know him, I'm sorry. Amazing, amazing man, for whom I wrote the part of Adrian in The Author, and who was like a living caregiver, really, a performative caregiver. Where do I place care? So to some degree, it is those very practical things like beautifully lit and cared for. Let's try and do that. At other times, I would like to think that I give care by the openness. Well, through openness. Care through openness. If we are open, then no one feels like they're there under duress, or no one feels like they are being duped or tricked. We know we're going to play something. We're going to play together. We're going to play together. Well, I won't be me, and here won't be here, and now won't be now. We're going to play that. But I'm not going to dominate you with that. I'm going to invite you into that contract. That feels like a really important one. Adrian in his work often used himself as his subject, and I don't think I'm interesting enough, or there's not enough of a story in me. So I want to make a story, and I want to bring you into that story in the same way I hope that Adrian would have brought you into himself, or into his place, or the way Adrian would wash your feet or bath you, or tell you about his childhood and all those kind of things that he did in his work. So care, I'm now trying to think about other locations of care in the work. England, quite regularly in England, Hannah and I caught people about to faint. Because we watched them, we're there, we stand in the first act, the audience they stand with us. We're in an exhibition of work, and we walk through the work, and we talk, and we stop, and we talk, and the play is also about illness and disease, and often people found that quite hard, and someone is writing, who was it who told me, someone is writing a thesis or something about how whenever they come and see my work, they always faint. Yeah, what exactly? What? Who told me about that? Someone told me about that. Maybe Deborah Pearson. Is she coming this afternoon?
She's here this afternoon, yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was Deborah Pearson who told me there's someone who whenever she sees the work, she always now, is that care? I don't know what that is. It's care if we catch them. Only once in Boston we did the show, and someone went, like that. So we distract them. So to recognise them being present, I think that's a really important thing. I would never want to make a work that doesn't recognise the presence of the audience. Adding a gift towards the end doesn't recognise the presence of the audience. And that's to do with the character of Louise and where we're headed in that world. It's really, that's a real, it's a critical mass towards the end of that play. Where we then, and we're not going to do it, I think, in the second incarnation of that play, we turn the theatre into a cinema. I think that's just too much. I want the film to play, but within the theatre. I want to still to be present. I want the audience still to be acknowledged. We didn't. We shut them off at the end of that. Well, something around that. Thank you.
We've only got a couple of minutes left, so I know there are a few other questions. Maybe if I kind of get all of the questions in one go, and then hopefully we can attempt to speak to all of them in some way. So who was it who still... So one here, and was there... Poppy, did you have questions?
Yeah, but it was...
You're happy to leave it?
Yeah.
Is it who does your hair?
So sorry, was it just one question? So 1, 2, 3 here, so if we go there, and down here.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a big answer, so I'll just raise it because we haven't actually raised your work for young people at all. It seems that you're still interested in work writing for young people because you alluded to
new piece.
New piece with Unicorn, which is interesting. And I'm taking the title from here. Are you on the same page as writing for young people as you are for adults? Because it strikes me that, especially in terms of dematerialisation, imagination and responsibility of the audience, as a sort of default, to use Catherine's term from earlier, that's much more present in work for young people anyway.
Completely.
Which yours, I agree, challenges more with adults.
Yeah.
So I'd be interested
I'd like to talk a little about that.
in the relationship too. Do you should be saying, especially considering I Shakespeare series, which then thinking about text and performance and authority, obviously has huge, I suppose, resonances there.
Good.
We'll get the other two questions first. So there's one.
You said that when you don't actually seek out productions of your plays because you don't feel that you can learn much from them, or that they're not of much use to you. Is that what you said? I don't want to...
it sounds harsh.
Yeah, I don't mean it as a
Yeah,
criticism,
good.
but I just wondered exactly why that was.
Okay, good. I can talk to that.
Okay, and just one.
I guess because I have a degree of self-hatred, I just spent the last year reading all the how-to books about playwriting that exist, and then trying to write a play according to that. Miserably, but maybe on purpose, who knows. My question is, even though you half-heartedly call yourself a writer or not call yourself a writer, can writing, is it a skill that can be learned or taught?
Good. Okay. Young people, not seeing other productions of my work, writing. So there's a piece, the I Sinner piece, which talks to this completely. So I don't know if you know about it, but I Sinner the Poet, not I Sinner, I Sinner the Poet. It's the 5th in that series, the I Shakespeare series. It's not in the collection because it was done afterwards. It's a really important piece to me because in the piece, the audience write. The audience write. So Sinner the Poet is a small character in Julius Caesar. He's killed at the end of Act 3. I think he's the most important character in Julius Caesar. Because the whole perspective of that place shifts around a guy who's mistaken for somebody else and is killed by them all. And it's like genius from Shakespeare. So he's a poet. We meet him. He's a poet. He's trying to write something. He's forgotten what his subject is. He had a dream. He can't remember what his dream is. And he gets the audience. It's for ages 11 plus. He gets them to write. So everyone in the audience has got a pen and a piece of paper. He gets them to write simple stuff. He gets them to write names, Caesar, Brutus. He gets them to write Republic. He gets them to write stuff like that. And he explains these things, unpacks this stuff. All in his search for what was the poem that he was going to write. He then gets them to write two things a thing they would kill for and a thing they would die for. Yeah, he then talks about the Republic of Words. He talks about how the Republic of Words is that there are the citizens, which are the simple words, the and, in, on, and then towards the end there are the emperors. Which are the words that things like hell that don't exist anywhere, but we've given them words and they control us. So he talks about that. And then he gets him to do some other stuff, writing, and then in the narrative, he begins to realise. So at the same time, Caesar's funeral's going on. It's going on the telly. He's watching it. So and then he decides to go to see Caesar's funeral. There's a door. Don't go through that door, sinner, you idiot. He goes, and then before he understands what the dream was, and the dream, of course, was that he was going to die. And he says, I had a dream that I had a feast with Caesar. That's from Shakespeare. And then he realises what the subject of his poem is, and the subject of his poem is the death of sin. So then there is a 3-minute interregnum, that's the wrong word, not interval, into something, where in the course of that he transforms from being alive to being dead, and every audience member has written the death of sinner at the top, and they write a poem called The Death of Sin. It can last longer than 3 minutes, but they write a poem. So at the end of the play, and then he does the last sequence of his afterlife, which is the Battle of Philippi and the end of Brutus and Cassius and stuff. So he tells the story of Julius Caesar, but by the end of it, everyone in that play has written something. And that felt like a really important piece. The RSC commissioned it in relation to production of Julius Caesar, that they were a sub-Saharan African Julius Caesar that Gregory Gorham was doing. So the guy who played Sin of the Poet in that production was my Sin of the Poet, an amazing actor called Judah Wusu. And it felt like a really important thing to transfer the creativity from the stage to the audience. Do you know what I mean? In a way, that's what I'm trying to do. It felt like it was a very concrete example of where I'm trying to do it, but not, in this case, it's physically. I'll give you lots of things to think about. Things about life and death, who you would kill for, who you would die for, who owns the world, who runs the planet, all that kind of stuff. And I'll also get you to meet me, and you'll understand that I'm going to die. And I would like you now to process in some way, a couple of lines even. It's a chance for you to write in a response to what you just seen. Feels like it's felt like are we on the same page? Everyone will have written something slightly different. There was a website, but they live streamed it. I mean, the RSC, they hardly ever performed it in a school, which is what I thought I was writing it for. The RSC then did a competition that was filmed by some students, and it was then live streamed into schools. So instead of it being a live relationship, there were some performances, but mostly it was schools. And so there are hundreds of pages of poems written by school kids. And those little poems are, for me, they're like active principles. That's a really important phrase. The idea of an active principle is that I'm trying to give you as an audience an active principle of an active principle of your understanding of your agency, an active principle of your understanding of your authority, and an active principle of your understanding of your creativity. To complete the circle, to complete the image. If two actors are standing, but you're seeing them fucking, that's you doing it, whatever. That's you're contributing. Understand your responsibility there, or the possibility there. So at Sin of the Poet, yes. And yes to all those notions of dematerialization, and yes to all those ideas of monumentalism and text, and how we can deal with that and remove that. And Shakespeare, my God, we want Shakespeare to exist as one person. I'm preparing these rehearsals for this thing called The Complete Death, which I start on Monday. We're doing every on-stage death of Shakespeare in an hour and a half. For next year, for the 400th anniversary of Shakespeare's death, with a company called Spy Monkey. We start on Monday. And I'm reading The Contested Will, this James Shapiro book about, everyone is desperate. Well, they're desperate to know who wrote it. This talks to what the theme of this day is. I'm desperate to think there was a genius called Shakespeare, and he wrote these texts. And I want to think there was that person, and in the same way that I want to think that the Bible was written by, God or whatever, that there was this conduit from a greatness, an idea of greatness. And so people have been arguing for hundreds of years about who was Shakespeare. Why is there no reference? Why is there hardly any biographical detail about his life? And was he just mystical and godlike? Who the fuck was he? And it's kind of interesting, and the best joke about that, I don't think Shakespeare wrote Shakespeare, but someone called Shakespeare wrote Shakespeare. It's just like, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't hugely matter, because I'm not dead yet, but I will be, and he has been dead for 400 years. So it feels like, let's loosen all that stuff up for young people, and I would love to talk more about that, but that's it.
We're running slightly into that. So
okay, sorry. Well, quickly, why? Because I once saw a production of an oak tree in Italy. You don't want this to go out on the thing when you film it. It was very difficult. Because I think the most important thing in an oak tree is the second actor, and important care for the second actor. My God, I did a show last week where I really cared for one of the actors. It was like an act of care, it was the whole thing. I'm not very good at, even as a director, and I'm not a very experienced director, yeah, it's hard. Seeing Adler and Gibb every night was agony. Agony for me. And I need to just toughen up, man up about that stuff. Toughen up. And to feel possible to see work, to see it contextualised in the things that are around it, to recognise its value, its importance. But I'm so personally involved in those things. I'm so personally involved in those things that I find it quite hard to do that still. Writing, can you teach writing? Well, look, I didn't write anything until I was 38. My arm was written in 2002, and I have not written anything for myself. And I do teach. I always say the thing I can't teach you is your story. That's your business, got nothing to do with anything, and you'll get a sense of it from a hunch of whether it's right or not for you. I always say try and write your own play, not somebody else's, as in there might be a form that is completely unknown to mankind, and it might be your form, do you know what I mean? But if all you've done is read books telling you how to write a play, you will never find it. You'll never find it. So I think it is about, for me, it was about getting to a rather desperate point in my career as a theatre person, as an actor, and going, I can't do this anymore. I would so love to be able to address these things in a piece of writing, but I've never written. I will try something, and I'll try it just for myself and no one else, and let's see what happens. Difficult. If I've gone, I'm going to sit down and write a play for the Bush Theatre. I'd have written a really sub-Bush Theatre play. So to try and trust your instinct, to trust your own voice. Here's the thing, can I end by just going then, I still am excited by singular voices. This is like, I'm so excited by a singular voice. If that's a text or whatever, if it's a Chris Good piece or Simon Stevens piece or a Caroline Horton piece, a singular voice, and it's maybe a throwback to an idea of the Shakespeare ideas. That I like to think that ideas can coalesce in one person more purely in a way than they can if they are negotiated amongst a group of people. I think as a cooperative deviser in my 20s, I never felt that the pieces that we made were mine. And on one level, that's great. They were ours. But on another level, I wanted to make a piece of work that was mine. And then put it out to be destroyed or whatever, but at least I can go, there's a voice, and there's a voice, and there's a voice. And collectively, you go, this is a voice as well, and that's absolutely right. But I wanted to speak with my own voice. I can only say that retrospectively. I could not say it before. And I didn't do any writing courses before I started to write. And when I do teach writing, it's usually around restriction and form. And the triggers that can give you to find different ways of communicating what you want to communicate.
Thank you. I think that idea around writing and voice is something we might well end up coming back to later on today, so it's something interesting to keep in mind. But yeah, we now have just under an hour for lunch. We'll be back in here at 1:30, but just like to say thank you to Tim.
Thank you.
So welcome back, everyone. And thank you to all those speakers for so I think the title of this panel is beyond the text-based non-text-based divide. I think is what we're looking for. So we're trying to get beyond some of those persistent binaries I was talking about this morning. So I'm just going to first of all introduce all of our panel. We have first of all Andy Field, who is a theatre maker, curator and co-director of the multi-award-winning selected Forest Fringe. That's what you told me.
Really?
This is something.
I'm going to have to edit that out. Award-winning is fine, but multi-award just sounds like shit. That's what you get for one.
Yeah. He has created and scored his own contemporary performance work across the UK, Europe and the US. Andy also writes regularly on performance for a number of publications, and in 2012 completed a PhD with the University of Exeter, exploring the relationship between contemporary performance practice and the New York avant-gardes of the 1960s and 1970s. We have Andrew Haydon, who is a freelance theatre critic now based in Manchester. His account of British theatre in the 2000s is published in Modern British Playwriting 2000-2009, and blogs, as I'm sure many of you will know, at Postcards from the Gods. Duska Radosavljevic, have I got that right? Yeah. Brilliant. Is a writer, dramaturg and lecturer in drama and theatre studies at the University of Kent. She has worked with the Northern Stage Ensemble, Royal Shakespeare Company, West Yorkshire Playhouse, Dance City, NSDF and Stellar Media, and most recently on Rob Ike's Or a Fire at the Almeida, now in Stoke. Since 1998, she has contributed hundreds of theatre reviews to the Stage newspaper, as well as Total Theatre magazine and Exit. She is author of the award-winning, not the award-winning book Theatre Making: Interplay Between Text and Performance in the 21st Century, which I'm sure we'll come on to later because it's very relevant to the questions we're considering today, as well as numerous academic articles on dramaturgy and ensemble theatre. Her latest projects include the edited collection Theatre Criticism Changing Landscapes, out in 2016, and the AHRC-funded Mums and Babies Ensemble. And finally, Jacqueline Bolton is lecturer in drama and theatre at the University of Lincoln. Her research publications include a chapter on Simon Stevens in Modern British Playwriting 2000-2009, and the chapter on joint stock in British Theatre Company's 1980 to 1994. She is the editor of the Matthew and Student edition of Pornography and Kira Simpson of Dog in the Nighttime, both by Simon Stevens. She is guest editor of a special issue of Contemporary Theatre Review dedicated to the works of David Gray, and is currently preparing the Theatre of Simon Stevens for Matthew and Critical Companion series. Thank you. There was also, as many of you will know, Chris Good is meant to be part of this panel today, and we're very sad that he's unable to join us. But before we get started, I kind of wanted to make him present in the room in some way by quoting him at the start of this session, hopefully giving us a few things to think about as this discussion goes on. So this is from the archives of Chris's wonderful book, written in 2007 in response to an article in which Michael Billington stated the necessity of a writer's vision, which it's kind of interestingly thinking about the end of last session and Tim Crouch talking about the writer's voice and why he felt there was something still about a singular voice or some singular vision that appealed to him. So, Chris writes, what in what a writer does is the essence of it. Is it about producing a printed script? About there being some authored dialogue spoken by characters on the stage? Is it about craft? About literary merit? Is it about the location of a specifically singular authority out of whose vision the actions of the piece are generated? Does the term a writer stand in here for the idea of the original playtext? Could we perhaps extend the designation as far as the idea of a writerly consciousness, wherein the argument of the piece, as it may be expressed through narrative or dialogue or image or gesture or metaphor or interrelation or formal conceit, is originated, organised and distributed? In which case, might many people whose collective relationships are practised and attentive not share that consciousness? So I'm just going to kind of leave that, and perhaps we'll return to some of those ideas later in the discussion. But first of all, I've asked all the panelists to prepare something in response to quite a big and open question. So I sort of almost feel sorry about posing such a big question to begin with. But the question I asked was, is British theatre practice, and by extension surrounding discourse, moving beyond simplistic text-based, non-text-based binaries, and if so, what are the implications of that? So I don't know if there's any particular order people would like to go in. Is that a hand up?
I'm happy to go first.
Yeah.
Right, I'm afraid I've got some notes. I can't see them from here. So, so that question is really interesting. It's like, is British theatre, British is going to be a problem. I've just been to Belgrade for a week at the BTEF Festival and seen a lot of work which was text-based but not play script-based, which is interesting. And I'll probably talk a bit about that if I have time. How many minutes do you want? Because I can
maximum 5 minutes,
okay,
I think.
so the idea of this simplistic text-based, non-text-based thing is, I think, really, really interesting to think about. I'm not exactly sure when I think it turned up. I think it turned up in the mid-90s, when companies like Complicité and First Entertainment and etc. were so kind of about the devising process and were kind of designated visual theatre companies, that everybody basically overlooked the fact that what they produced was text, and what they, there are printed, there's a methylene collected Complicité scripts thing. You can get False Entertainment's texts in some form. I mean, like, even if it's improvised, arguably you can video any performance of Kazula and then transcribe it. So there's what I find sort of really problematic is the way that text-based and non-text-based was originally designated. And I spent like a really long time thinking about this question and trying to think of British theatre companies, or even any theatre companies who weren't text-based, or to the extent that they didn't have text. And I found it really, really, really difficult. So it felt like it was very kind of like the wrong designation in the first place. And so as a result of that, I was thinking about why that happened. And I think that has to do with, I guess ultimately it's partly to do, not ultimately, partly it's to do with criticism and or anybody else trying to explain to somebody. So it all comes out of effectively a desire to communicate, the differences between one thing and another thing. And if one thing's a then kind of, I really, really hate the phrase, like as the writer intended, but for the sake of not getting too bogged down yet, if we have like George Birdshaw performed at the National Theatre in period costumes, blah, 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 all those things, and then trying to explain how something else is also a piece of theatre and isn't that. And so the idea of non-text-based, I think, springs from that, but I don't think it's accurate. So that's pretty much that thought. And it was interesting, like in the 90s, the turn of the millennium, and Chris Good has written about this. When he went to Camden People's Theatre, it was kind of a no-script theatre, and yeah, he was a writer, but it was a no-script theatre, and BAC was kind of a no-script building kind of thing when David Judd took over. I think that's relaxed a bit now, and the Total Theatre Awards were set up originally because Fringe Firsts were an award for a new play, effectively. It couldn't be a new production of an old play, and that's problematic too. So, like, that. Another thing that I was thinking about was, this is a fairly diffuse set of thoughts. I don't think we're right at the conclusion. When I was in Belgrade, the International Association of Theatre Critics were having a symposium in Novi Sad, which is about an hour's drive away. They came over to see a couple of the shows, but also did a symposium about criticism and at international festivals. And that's interesting again because what the text is becomes a bigger question because there are subtitles, the sort of subtext is very different when you're not familiar with the local culture, so you read mise en scene differently. And I was kind of repeatedly struck by being international critics and not British critics, the fact that what the text is for them, the thing that they're reading, is effectively the mise en scène rather than there's a script and then there's a production of the script which somehow complicates the purity of the script, which is maybe falsely characterising the position of some British critics. But yeah, so this idea of what the text is like, because in so many other schools I thought the idea of what the text is the thing to be interpreted for the whole picture. Then the idea of non-text based becomes even more radically just wrong, I think. I've gone for 6 minutes now.
Thank you. Can we move on? Do you, well, both of you are sort of just to say, yes, I agree with you. I think the important thing to do is to absolutely try and interrogate this text-based and context-based phrasing. And the question sort of, my answer to the question or way of thinking about it is it depends on what you mean by text-based or non-text-based theatre and what is meant by British theatre practice, because British theatre practice is not a singular, coherent thing. There are very many different, it's a large ecosystem and there are very many different aspects to it. My PhD focused on looking at the production of, looking at the producing structures of subsidised building-based theatres. So it was sort of mainstream, what I designated mainstream theatre, and the practices in staging plays. So that's the position that I come to this question from, because my research has sort of continued in that direction. And my understanding is that the phrase text, non-text-based theatre it's necessarily shorthand for a whole range of different approaches to making theatre, but that it unhelpfully suggests that the key distinction between these different methods of making theatre is the presence or absence of a pre-existing script. And I'd like to suggest that that's not entirely, solely what's at stake in the conversation. I think the differences are institutional, by which I mean the organisation of theatre buildings, assumptions embedded in producing structures, and by that I just sort of very simply mean the chronology in which things happen. And also the perceived sort of hierarchical professions, the perceived hierarchy of professions, which again is another assumption sort of embedded within producing structures. I think it's economical in that I think subsidy and certainly arts council categories have contributed a lot to this sense of text-based, non-text-based, to cultures almost of theatre making. And I'd argue that the availability of funding streams to different theatre companies also plays a part in that. But I think it's also cultural, and I really think that it's the way that we I'd like to make the point that the way that we decode or interpret and then reconstruct plays and performance is culturally conditioned, and it's different in different theatre cultures, the way that we approach the text. So what I think is at stake in the text-non-text-based theatre divide is not the presence or absence of the pre-existing script, text or score, but what we do to or with or for it, what sort of use we put it to, what sort of function it assumes in performance. And to try and sort of attempt an answer to your question, a very personal one right now, I think there are signs that we're moving away from a model of sort of playwright, artist, director, interpreter, which has dominated the production of play text in the last half of the 20th century. It was interesting to hear you talk about earlier this residual kind of assumption that the authority lies with the playwright, because the playwright is the primary artist, and the director is just someone who interprets that vision for the stage. And I think that there are lots of reasons which I won't go into now, but there are lots of reasons why that sort of model has prevailed. But what then sort of follows from that model is this idea that a good director or a responsible director is someone who takes the text and tries to realise it with like a minimum of intervention or fuss or concept, because what really matters, what's good theatre, is the kind of transparent rendering of the sort of area of intended meaning that the playwright has
ways of doing things of British theatre, the sort of the conventions of producing structures, the established processes. Maybe Tom Cornford might speak to this, as he's still here later with his work on secret theatre. But I think that they are being held up to scrutiny in a way that maybe hasn't been before. And the fact that they are being, that your word default, sort of being sort of acknowledged or recognised that that was sort of the default way, but it's almost going to be the way of doing things. And that in fact being faithful to this sort of theatre tradition, so conforming to the ways in which things have always been made, because that's how you make theatre, it's the most self-evident way of doing so, is sort of being questioned. And it's being acknowledged that perhaps that way of doing things doesn't suit all the different types of play texts that playwrights are now producing. And finally, I think we're seeing an approach to the staging of scripted plays in which liveness is being exploited in the service of storytelling. And I think much of what Tim Crouch has done is to really bring that to the fore. What he was talking about earlier about the kind of engagement with what he was the audiences and handing over authority and agency and creativity to them. I think it's all about really tapping into exploiting and channeling the liveness of performance in the whole event of theatre and of play.
Thank you. Duska, did you want to go next?
Yeah, I could be next.
Absolutely.
You've got the most sophisticated presentation, I think.
It's very complex.
I think the cultural perspective you just articulated is important, the notion that the way we approach text is culturally conditioned. And I come to this question as someone who is sort of in between cultures. You know, I'm originally from Serbia, but I've lived most of my life here. And inevitably, you know, I've seen theatre from a perspective that's not embedded in the British way of reading plays, you know, because I went to school somewhere else. So I think that's important in the sense that I think Tim mentioned that earlier as well, the way in which he's been unable to sort of leave behind this notion that you know, at the end of the day, the most important thing is the play and the playwright, because you know we are in a culture whose theatre tradition is based on the playwright at the end of the day. So you know you can't you know, as opposed to maybe Germany, where okay, they have a history of poets, theatre poets, but also they have a history of you know, visionaries and scenographers and so on, and so do the Russians. So it's important to look at it from a culturally specific point of view. And in the book Theatre Making, I kind of attempted to sort of trace back this notion of devising, because it's the most confusing term for anyone outside of this country. You know, it's a very British term, devising. You know, because people think it's something, you know, people from outside the British context think that devising is something, you know, something special, and then when they actually come into it and kind of begin to understand it, they really realize that there's maybe just Stanislavski and improvisation, something that, you know, happens in rehearsal rooms whether or not you're working on text, you know. And so at one point I sent out an email to the SCUD mail base, which is the mail base of all the drama departments in the country and beyond, asking what is the earliest mention of this term, where does it come from? And people who were working in the theatre and education in the 1960s seemed to suggest, you know, I was getting responses from various people, and there seemed to be a consensus that the term first appeared in that context. And interestingly, it was linked to plays, you know, because the theatre and education as a form was based on the idea that, or based on the funding structure that existed at the time, that theatre artists would go into schools and create a package that consisted of a workshop and a play, often written by a playwright, that would respond to the curriculum in some way. And they were referring to these projects as being devised. So that the whole project would be devised, including the play itself and the playwright's work that went into it. And then when the funding structure changed towards the 1980s, so the early 1980s onwards, the money went out of this sort of work, so TIE kind of died. But what remained was the notion of devising itself, and it transferred onto non-text-based work and became a means of sort of defining non-text-based work from, or distinguishing the two for funding purposes. So I guess when we ask the question of whether we are transcending this binary, whether we are actually moving beyond it, we have to ask from whose perspective, are we addressing this question? Are we addressing this question from the perspective of the makers, who in most cases are happy to be talking about, their work as theatre making, as Tim was saying earlier, so they don't necessarily find it very easy to classify it as devising or playwriting or whatever else. So they're just simply making theatre, whatever it takes. Are we asking the question from the point of view of people who teach and train young theatre makers, people who are theorizing within the discipline? Are we asking the question from the point of view of critics, who again have their own sort of ways of reading what's going on stage? And finally, are we asking the question from the point of view of funders, who seem to be sort of implicated in this in some way? I was just last week invited to the rehearsal of Theatre O, who are the Koch training company, and they have traditionally they developed their practice out of the Koch training, but they have worked with playwrights. They've worked with Andrew Walsh, and their latest project is also intended to bring together, both the practice of devising and the practice of playwriting into the same project. However, they haven't received funding for this project. I don't know what the reason is and what is being given a priority instead. So I guess in answering the question that you have posed, there are a number of possible answers. My answer would be that actually it is necessary to transcend the binary in how we think about it, and possibly, see what effect that has on changing our perception of things. But this notion of the relationship between text and performance and the problematic relationship between the two remains, and I think it remains for as long as we, as Tim was saying this morning, treat the text as the word of God, which actually, and just to add, I will finish now, but the last thing I want to say is again revisiting this historical perspective, that when you look at a play like Hamlet, it's not one text, it's several versions, so what text are we talking about? And Shakespeareans such as W.B. Werden, for example, has noted that in fact this whole idea of Shakespeare as an author only came about in the 19th century with the development of publishing and the idea of publishing the play script and therefore bestowing authority upon the writer, as opposed to what the case might have been up until that point where, according to Werden, it was actually the audience who seemed to be having authority. So the success of a performance was always being measured by what the audience thought about it. The critic didn't exist yet at that point. And I wonder whether the work of makers such as Tim Crouch and Chris Good and the people who have been mentioned today, Simon Stevens and so on, is about actually trying to leave the legacy of the 20th century and the 20th century realism and the kind of relationship with the audience that that dictates behind us, and kind of reconnect with these different relationships between text performance and the audience that we might have.
So before we open up the discussion a bit, I'd just like to ask Andy to make this.
I'm really enjoying that this whole discussion is taking place about the words no signal.
Yeah.
Entirely appropriate. Hi. Catherine asked us to consider this question: is British theatre moving beyond simplistic text-based, non-text-based binaries, and what are the implications? And I have written an answer, and I mean it's brilliant. But before I actually read you my response, I wanted to try and maybe talk to you a little bit about the process that I went through to arrive at that answer, those words. I started by sitting, mainly. There's a lot of sitting, with my sort of laptop in front of me like this, and open though, mainly. And looking kind of up and to the right, that's mainly where I look when I'm thinking. And preparing for sort of inspiration to arrive, but it never did. So I walked to the shops to buy some food, because my friends Jess and Tim, who are in a company called Made in China, were coming round for dinner. I thought about asking them, maybe, what they thought about the relationship between text and non-text, but I thought that's probably just going to cause an argument. So I thought I would do what I always do in these kind of panel situations, which is just email everyone in my address book and ask for their answer to the question, and then compile them into a kind of collective response, which always works really well because it sort of both communicates something quite imaginatively through form, but also makes me look smart without actually having to do any thinking. But everyone was too busy being distracted by the fact that our Prime Minister fucked the dead pig. Yeah, I asked Andrew, and he said, no, you're not stealing my ideas. I sort of read some books, Wikipedia, trying to find like a kind of neat historical allegory that I might be able to use to apply to this situation. I couldn't find anything. I read the same 3 chapters of French theory that I've been reading for the last 10 years. I asked like a group of primary school children. I thought maybe we could get like a young perspective, but they just sort of looked at me blankly like that particular binary didn't mean anything to them. I emailed David Eldridge and David Edgar, and they actually wrote really nuanced, thoughtful, very warm and generous responses, but they refused to have anyone help deliver them, so I didn't actually get a chance to read them. And then I sort of went for a walk with my friend Chris, and we just sort of walked through the park, and it started to rain, and we thought about like giving in, but then we just kept walking, and we sort of stood on this bridge looking at the ducks, paddling around. It was really, really raining. It was getting really, really heavy, and like it got to that point where the rain is so heavy that you're just drenched and you don't even care anymore, and you're actually suddenly just really enjoying the experience of being in the rain. We sort of stood there in silence, and it was that moment I had the idea for what I was going to write about.
I'm afraid you're out of time. So, I'm going to try and draw some kind of common thread through all of those responses. One thing that seemed to keep coming up is this idea of, I suppose, perspective and also the vocabulary that we use, the way in which we're, to an extent, this binary exists because we need to give a name to different types of practice. And it was also interesting to think about how these discourses seem to have been often established in opposition. So the idea, in the same way that certain kind of what we might think sort of alternative structures have emerged in opposition. So, for example, places like Camden People's Theatre very explicitly saying we don't do texts, and that was something that was maybe necessarily at that point in opposition to a mainstream culture. But then how, you reach a point so I don't know if this is somehow going towards a question, but I think that there's something in, do we need to find a new way of talking about what it is that's happening, about what practitioners are doing? And is a lot of this to do simply with labels and with the surrounding discourse rather than with necessarily the practice itself? I think some of the responses have already kind of spoken to that a bit, but I just wanted to think a bit more about, do we need a new, it sounds as though the consensus from the panel is that maybe we do need a different way of talking about this, but what might that be? How do we start shifting the discourse?
It's interesting. I think Duska moved it on quite a lot because, sort of stuck to the whole text, non-text thing. And it's really interesting to think it feels sort of like the two questions that are more pressing now are like, there's, extant text, and it's like surfing the text and not surfing the text, like doing a number on it or whatever people do, is one thing. And then there's the question of, basically a writer delivering a script or a company, probably arriving at a script as often as not, but within the rehearsal room, and that being kind of a big question for a theatre that's going to produce it. I think it gets problematic, certainly in the critical end of the world, if only because a certain critic at The Guardian doesn't quite, can't quite leave it alone when it's not written by a single author. I think as soon as that's
Liz.
Mark Fisher. Yeah. No, I think as soon as that kind of antagonism is dropped, then this will stop being a thing we have to talk about, because it's not really.
We're basically waiting for about 3 people to die. We'll never have that.
Yeah. I just don't think it's necessarily an important thing. But, or if it is an important thing, then the question of is it better than this thing isn't the question. It's like, because things are different, and it's sort of like, why are they different, and why does that thing feel different to this thing? Especially when you see it at an international festival and you know that there are subtitles telling you, proving to you that pretty much nothing is being improvised, or not really. So you're kind of, you have the proof of the text, and so it's definitely not non-textual. And then you're kind of, but some things feel like more live, and some things feel more set, and then within liveness and setness, there's, I don't know, faithfulness or radically interpretive, and those things feel like they don't really get. I suppose because they're not even because they're value judgments, but they're so kind of hard to pin down, and they're so much more elusive that's where the difficulty and the lack, I think, of a critical vocabulary really lies for me at the moment. I don't know any better than anyone else how to describe it. I sort of come into this kind of in-your-face theatre vocabulary that existed when I started going to the theatre, and trying to cannibalise that for so it can be useful is chucking out all this stuff that doesn't really relate to anything. And it's really hard.
How do they talk about it in theatre cultures that don't have the term devising? Do they make any distinction? Is there a different way of distinguishing between different
text-based and non-text-based?
Do we need to believe in text-based and non-text-based?
Yeah, no, so sort of parking that completely. If there are theatre cultures which don't have the term devising, which I remember being really surprised by when I went to Germany and was interviewing dramaturgs, and I was talking about devised theatre, and they were looking at me like I was insane, and I was like, okay, I am talking in English, their English is brilliant, but maybe I am not communicating properly. But no, they just didn't have the term.
I think it's theatre and dance, and whatever comes in between.
And there's this kind of free scene stuff.
Yeah, so the fringe, that's the equivalent of fringe theatre, isn't it?
Yes, although it's there are companies like God Squad are a really fascinating example of straddling the middle, and so is René Polish, the writer-director, sort of effectively one-man deviser, Chris Goodfigure, they both work at the Folkspooner, along with Frank Kustoff, who does very exploded versions of classic texts, mostly Czech.
Bob Squad are kind of coming from this British perspective.
They're Anglo-German company, and they're fascinating actually as a thing because they look like classic device piece as much as anything. But they go.
I think it's really important to actually state that there's been great things coming out of devising. You know, the fact that devising happened in the UK, because forced entertainment, for example, has been so influential on a lot of continental makers. A lot of people quote them as a really important point of reference. On Tour and Good, for example, quote them as a really important point of reference for them. So there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it. I think it's brilliant that sort of divide happened at one point in this culture. And we can thank Shakespeare maybe, and the text-based tradition that it did happen. And so it happened uniquely in this particular context, and that became influential on other cultures.
Yeah, that's right.
Go on, Vicky.
No.
That thing you said about dance is really interesting as well, because one thing I notice going to other festivals now, and occasionally going to dance festivals, is that dance, modern contemporary dance, especially in Europe, doesn't necessarily involve any dancing anymore. And a genuine quote that some Slovenian woman who was part of the dance duo called Leia said, well, of course, there's a lot of text in dance. Dance is, primarily a linguistic medium or something. And I was just like, this absolute straight face. This is exactly where the thinking is in other places. So that was, like, even that divide for me doesn't work. Doesn't work anymore. It's like you would think, what is non-text based theatre? It's dance. Maybe yes, it's kind of thing. And that's not even true anymore because dance has speaking in it and theatre doesn't. So it just gets murkier and murkier, I think.
There are also sort of all these traditions of puppetry and kind of visual theatre that that exist in particular cultures, and certain cultures have developed as part of their sort of genealogies of developing theatre as a discipline. But I don't know what the vocabulary is, and maybe that comes back to this question of how we talk about things.
Because of course we have to talk about it somehow, and there is, especially as a critic, you rely on a certain kind of shorthand, and I think also it's helpful for readers for there to be some kind of shared shorthand, but it's just whether we need to rethink that shorthand or be kind of questioning it at the same time as we use it.
I think that's a really important point you're making about the fact that devising happened in the first place in the sort of 60s and 70s, because it was with TIE and it was with small companies whose kind of raison d'etre, the reason they started making theatre outside, so we're talking about the 60s and the 70s really, so there was this sense of something to be overcome or something to challenge. It was combative, it was contestatory, contesting the institution, the theatre institutions, the establishment, the buildings, those producing structures, that hierarchy. Questions of who theatre was being made for became really important. Who were these theatre pieces representing or speaking for? How were they? What were the aesthetic means by which things were being represented? And so this is where you got a lot of small-scale companies devoted to particular constituencies. So you've got like Gay Sweatshop, or Sphinx, or a bit later on Nitro. And there were 4 particular constituencies, and it was an explicit challenge to the mainstream. So of course that's really important that happened. But then, because of the peculiarities of English culture and funding systems and whatnot, they become entrenched into 2 camps. And I do think it was around the 90s that this kind of that it felt oppositional.
I sort of regret saying the 90s. I think actually.
Oh, I think it is. It's late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah, I think because that complicity forced anything was 84, 85, isn't it? I think that's probably where. But it's interesting because at the same time, with that whole divided thing, you've got Mike Lee and Carol Churchill's early plays, like not one from the 50s, effectively a devising company.
Yeah.
And like they're at the same time, somehow the textiest, most mainstream example of like what a certain garden critic was. And well,
The interesting thing with joint stock is that, their working process with that was that they would have the 6 weeks of sort of workshopping, and then a period of 2-3 weeks when the writer would go away and write the play, and then come back and they would work on it all together again. And there were some playwrights who really wanted to acknowledge the contributions of the ensemble of actors that they'd worked with during that workshop period, and wanted to say that this is not too often. It's a collective creation. But the Writers Guild, which was, when was that? Established 64? I can't remember now, 74? I can't remember. Were very much against it. They said, well, you can't do that, because if you start doing that, then our position as playwrights is threatened. Because,
that's really, I mean, it is really interesting. I mean, I imagine a lot of it does boil down to like loyalties, and but it's it's also something like even things which are openly acknowledged to be multi-authored, like the whole debating theatre thing. It's like you basically get your name on the front for doing anything job, which is fun, but it's weird to think that someone like that film of London Road, I presume gets a big check, and everybody who actually contributed to all the actual words, laboriously, sort of in the veracity of the actualness of those actual words.
Yeah, I'm sort of listening. My friend James from Company Action Hero always writes, I am a straight white man at the top of his notes on any discussion, because it's important to remind yourself of that and not be the one that's always talking. And now I'm going to be sweet to speak for 25 minutes. I thought it was really interesting what Jacqueline and Duska said about this. I think we seem to reach a point where we say that there is potentially an opposition and or there is a binary that became quite oppositional at a certain point in time, and that binary seemingly had very little to do with text whatsoever, and actually had to do with a series of oh, hi Debbie.
Hi.
It's Deborah Pearson. She can speak later. Her laptop's broken, so it's probably going to be rubbish. That actually it had to do with a whole bunch of other conditions, like it had to do with funding. Like one of the things that was interesting listening to you talk about, the devised companies in the UK and how they some of that work is quite popular on the continent. But one of the reasons for that is because well, on a very basic level, it's because of grants for the arts exists in this country. That means that artists like me, companies like Forest Fringe, can get small grants for individual projects of like anything from 10 grand up to like 100, 150, 200 grand, which means that you can remain this very small scale independent company and sustain yourself financially in making sort of small scale work outwith of any institutional structure. And that's really important, and that actually the more that Forest Fringe goes, the more that we tour internationally, the more we discover that that's often a quite rare situation, that you can, that this, this kind of community can be sustained relatively healthily. I mean, everyone complains all the time that they're not being paid enough, and that it is challenging. But there's certainly a lot more there than some other maybe more institutionally orientated cultures. So that is to do with funding. That's got nothing to do with text. What we're talking about of publishing plays, and what was interesting, I thought, Andrew, you mentioned that Complicite had plays published. In the introduction to Complicite's playtext for, I think it's Mnemonic or Street Crocodiles, they describe the text as not being text for performance. It's a map. They describe it as a map of the performance, and reading it is like running your finger along one contour of the performance. so there's a question about the sort of the where do we locate publishing in relation to this work, and it's got everything to do with companies' access to publishing and not to do with what they're publishing. You know what I mean? So forced entertainment become hugely influential in universities because they published a book called Certain Fragments, which is now on every single fucking syllabus in the entire country. And one of the things that we Forest Fringe, the community of artists around Forest Fringe, have been sort of actively looking at is how do we get more of our work published? How does that work? How does that work begin to have the kind of the reach beyond those immediate small contexts in which you're performing it? And suddenly, in the last few years, Oberon have popped up, and you could.
George from Oberon is here.
Oh, hey, George.
Hello.
I was just about to talk about how great you are. And they're publishing super exciting work, which they're publishing Debbie's play. When's it coming out, Debbie? November. They've published pieces by Brian LaBelle that no one else could actually perform. You've published all kind of things. We did a book launch for Forest this summer for a book called Action Plans by Action Hero, which contains plays that they've written, but also contains kind of exploded bits of text and documentation. One of their pieces is documented entirely by things that other people can remember happening in the show. So that question of what is publishing's relationship to theatre, and how does that impact upon the way in which and how does that impact upon and relate to this imagined opposition? From my perspective, I feel I probably haven't even thought about the idea of there being some opposition between text-based and non-text-based book divides and mainstream. I haven't thought about that for years. Not since, I've bored myself and many other people senseless having arguments with people like David Eldridge about it like a decade ago on fucking blogs. It just hasn't something, like artists that we know are developing new pieces at the National Theatre. They're, I'm going to go and see Rachel Chavkin and the team at the Royal Court. We're publishing play texts. We're learning lines. It's not been a feature of the kind of artistic community and the kind of sort of artistic landscape that I inhabit for a number of years. But that might just be my perspective.
It feels like a lot's moved since it was a big project. But it does still feel like, everything I'm about to say is completely going to be stripped of names, but I certainly know I've had two young, both happen to be women directors who have relatively recently directed new plays by in relatively important new writing houses. So the last 2 years. And there's still a feeling of obligation towards either a first-time writer in one case or quite an established writer who wasn't going to be pissed about with and have their work pissed about with. Close quotes. So I think philosophically it's not a done deal. I think people are happy with different ways of, this is a slightly different part of the map. It's like people are quite happy with company work in what used to be non-company buildings, maybe, especially now they've got a sort of big red ghetto for it, where the right to fail is upheld. But at the same time, some writers aren't comfortable with it.
But I don't think it feels like those writers are now defending a whole paradigm. They're just speaking from their own personal place.
That's true.
Which is very different.
That's the interesting thing. But it's still that place, the personal place, is still about the paradigm, isn't it? It's still like I finished the play. You just have to.
I don't know. I think
put it in a living room and make them believe it.
But that's got to do more to do with personalities. You meet control freaks in every single, field of artistic creation.
But it's philosophical as well, that they believe that control can exist, when we're saying philosophically it can't.
Yeah, but directors, there's some directors that would believe that kind of control can exist, and they would be wrong also.
I don't know. In what way?
Well, that you can be in kind of complete control of, the artistic vision of essentially a collaborative act of creation. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. Not even thinking.
Robert Wilson.
Sorry, we did White Man.
I'll break up the double act. I think it might be, we've got about sort of half an hour or so of this sort of session left, and it feels like it might be a good opportunity to open it out a bit more and get some other thoughts or contributions, things we can kind of use to maybe move this discussion forward a bit. Does anyone want to lead? Is that how?
Yeah, I just want to add what Andy said, just maybe think about, even in, from my perspective anyway, from what I know of having spoken to some dramaturgs or literary associates and new writing pieces in the UK, for example, Bush Theatre, which traditionally is put on plays as plays, writer-led theatre. Even they had a kind of whole development process which involves dramaturgs and literary associates and actors coming into the workshop with some text, the playwright going away at the back of that to rewrite bits of text, and of course it's all writer-focused, so everything is in their eyes in the service of the writer. But it seems to me like even this idea of there being a writer who comes in, writes a play, submits the play, and that play is done, it doesn't happen. I mean, that seems to be my experience of it as someone who writes for theatre and about theatre. When I go into a rehearsal room and write plays, always with actors wanting, or with designers often, designers only get very little celebration of being the dramaturgs in some way, because their design can often completely rewire a play. But the point I'm trying to make is that I think often that process, which is often so personalised and bespoke and myriad, can get lost in some of these discussions. But I do think, direct what you were saying, anyway, small scale company work, it feels like there's a lot more fluidity perhaps in those setups to allow for a process which is perhaps a bit more responsive, because I think institutions can get entrenched in a certain way of doing things. Even if they have a dramaturg in-house, you can work with a writer. So I'm quite excited by this idea that maybe it's not a case of, a writer coming in and just saying, here's my play, please tell me what's wrong with this, and go rewrite it and you put it on. It's actually a longer journey, and perhaps we need some more transparency around that in terms of how we discuss it.
I think that's really interesting, and I think that's right. But I think that sort of process of workshopping a script has been around for quite a while, and certainly since sort of literary managers became. This has been in flux over the past 10-15 years, but since they began getting permanent posts at theatres. But what I'm interested in with that, because it's a question that I tussled with as well. But what I found was the underlying assumption of all those workshops is that the script is going to be resolved textually, right? So you can do all these workshops with actors, you can have all these ideas and you can talk to designers and whatever. Fundamentally, that's going to go into your script, and it's got to be in your script, and it's got to be in your script because when you hand over your script to the director, who may or may not be part of the workshop, may well be, but it's not guaranteed, they're going to take that script and then they're going to apply their process to that. And so the bit that I'm interested in is that is really that bit. And why does that text need to be so watertight, so nailed down? It's because the director is just going to try, it's because back in the day the accepted practice was that you would then try and reconstruct that thing on stage. And do you know what? I think that's fine. I don't particularly have a problem with that mode of working. It's just that it brings with it a whole load of other assumptions. And it was the dominant, it seemed like it presented itself as being self-evident and natural, and it was best in any way to make it.
But the most telling line in any British published play script culturally, I think, is this text was published before the before the finished rehearsing or whatever. And it's really fascinating that in Germany, which has a terrible, as a reputation, enormous reputation for directors' theatre. Writers' plays do not get buggered about with, actually. They hand it to their publisher. The publisher, who's their editor and their agent, kind of looks at it and goes, yeah, maybe have you thought about this? And they have a bit of a chat, and basically they finish it. Playtime. I think it's a legal requirement for 80% of that text to be used in the premiere, and some, maybe a bit if the director feels like it thereafter. But the play never gets changed. And in Britain, a really good example is Lindsay Turner's production Blue Sea Coasters to America, which basically went to print in a version, which was 2 weeks before, but it lost half an hour in the first week of previews before I think it was still 4 hours or something. I think it was just so we could get home. So it lost about half an hour in the first week of previews, then lost, I think, another 20 minutes before it went into the West End. And the play that I think the Almeida, headline of the Almeida, agreed to do originally was twice as long as that. So, Lindsay Turner and Lucy Kirkwood did a lot of work. And I'm sure Lucy Kirkwood didn't feel got at or hounded in any way. I think it was a very collaborative process, but it's a completely different conception of where the final draft goes, or like what the final draft is and what goes into the final stage.
And also the relationship between that written text
Yeah.
and then what you see on the stage. And I think part of a lot of this keeps coming back to certain ideas and assumptions around what a play text actually is. And I wonder, and this is something I'm kind of wondering about through my research as well, is whether the reason we're still struggling to talk about some of these things and to make some of these distinctions that lead to the kind of sometimes problematic shorthand we're grappling with today is that there's still a struggle to articulate kind of accurately or with nuance what a play text actually is and what its relationship with performance is. And it feels as though there's still something unresolved there. Whether it needs to be resolved or not, I'm not sure. But that I wonder if that's at the heart of a lot of these difficulties.
I think it's because it's at least 2 things, probably many more.
Yeah.
But in the most obvious instance, it's a tool for an ensemble, which might be constituted in any way. It's a tool for them to be able to, to structure the process by which they create that piece of theatre. And it's a document of that, and it's a document of that piece of theatre that is, offered to a wider audience. And even the sort of the kind of conflict and contradictions between those 2 roles is fascinating. I think that the kind of uncertainty there is actually kind of, I don't know, it makes it quite interesting.
I want to come back to what Jacqueline was saying earlier, and that was this notion of the dramaturg in this country working specifically or primarily with the writer, and the dramaturg in other cultures possibly working primarily with the director, and having a role in that process of sort of arriving at a particular vision. But also to link back to what Tim was saying earlier today, the fact that when he writes, he wants to envisage the practicalities of it living on the stage. Whereas, if you're writing or getting that text to be perfect as a text, you are not necessarily working with that parameter in mind, because you're just focusing on the text. You're not whatever the process might be, even if it's a lock-stop process which kind of has the writer embedded and so on. I think there is something important perhaps to consider in terms of whether we are orienting the text towards being literature or whether we are orienting it towards being mise en scène.
Because if it is literature, then the stage becomes like a printing press of the script. It's like a vehicle for dramatic literature. And I think the German theatre, German language theatre, regards the theatre event as, and not the representation of a fictional reality, but a reality in itself.
Yeah.
And that's what you're engaging with.
Yes. Yeah.
The interesting, I remember talking to Roman Gray about Simon Stevens' Motor Town. This is when I first started reading Stevens and started reading Edward Redden. And what Robin really enjoyed about Simon's playtext, which may or may not seem radical to people in this room who don't know, but what he really enjoyed was that he read one line from the first draft. So it said, Danny, is that the protagonist?
Yeah.
Sam, thank you. Danny crouches down and touches the floor, but the scene is set on some marshes somewhere, like fictionally. The scene is set outside, and Rami was like, "Why do you say floor? Why does this character say touches the floor? You're outside. Why doesn't it say ground?" And Simon was like, "Oh yeah, no, sorry, it's because it's on a stage." and that's something that I thought was really key. He writes for people moving about and talking on the stage.
Yeah, he's a playwright with a dramaturgical sensibility. That's why I think his work works so well in Germany.
But then his favourite author, Robert Holman, is absolutely not like that at all. You know, it's totally West fiction, a beautiful dramatic fiction, but it's, you know, it's there.
Although there's that difference between literature, it's really interesting anyway. It's like, I think German, my ex-girlfriend was a German playwright, always used to refer to her plays as like literature. And I think British people kind of freeze at the idea that they're writing literature. A playwright can be accused of writing literature. All the connotations are of dust and of obscurity. And
I think that's quite a recent thing, though.
But, but I don't think, I think people think they're writing scripts, which are like a working document. But we treat those scripts like literature. The Germans treat their literature like raw material. It's just a...
Well, I think, again, there is something, all of this is like really interesting in terms of just how that, dialectical all the problems are, in the sense that, on the other hand, also, one interesting revelation for me was that, because I did all my sort of, studying of drama and theatre in this country, and then I started talking to people who studied drama and theatre in my native country, and they were saying that when you study dramaturgy or playwriting at the Drama Academy in Belgrade, very often you're told to, as a writer, to overwrite because the director will come in and cut your text anyway. So basically they write literature because that's, because they anticipate that the director will come and actually do something to it.
Sorry, I was going to invite any other sort of questions or comments at the back.
Just thinking about this conversation about dichotomy or not between text and non-text. There's another dichotomy that's mentioned in your provocation statement for the conference, which is the dramatic and post-dramatic.
Yeah.
And I wondered, I don't think that's necessarily a dichotomy that you can graft onto the text base and the non-text base, because it can be dramatic and post-dramatic works in either. I just wondered what you, particularly talking about Simon Stevens, who I teach pornography to students on the text and performance module.
Very short.
I struggle when I talk about this in relation. I talk about it as a post-dramatic text, but then I do struggle because you fall into these pitfalls and dichotomies, and I just wondered.
Pornography is an excellent example because Simon will say that its dramaturgy is conventional in that it's characters with an objective who learn something about themselves and frailty. And that's what's happening in each of the monologues. And he, when he first wrote the play, he sent it to the National, and he couldn't read it. They told him it wasn't a play. It's not really a play, is it? It hasn't got any characters.
Cut the names off.
So the first draft there was no names. Then afterwards, because he couldn't find anyone in England to produce it, he went back and he just inserted names and fixed some things, and that helped. Sean Holmes picked it up then. I'm sure he would have done anyway.
Was it not
Say
written?
that it's Sean Holmes.
Was it not
and that was, sorry, thanks for clarifying that. That is what was so confusing to apparently British directors. So when he put names next to the text, it was much easier. He might have also, I think he might have also cut up the play so it worked chronologically. So instead of it all being one monologue of Thursday to Saturday, or whatever it was, and then another one of that, he sort of spliced it so it worked chronologically.
Did Simon do that?
Simon did that, and that's the script
Okay.
that
That's the
that
version
Sean
that
went
Sean
into
did. I
rehearsals
assumed.
with. But then Sean jettisoned that because that didn't seem to work very well, and so they created their own script from it. But what's interesting as we talk to like Sean Holmes about it is he'll say that was so counter to his normal approach to directing plays. He says, "Oh, I would never normally be so presumptuous as to assume that my structure could be better than the writer's." And that's the sort of what I was referring to earlier with the kind of artist, creator, and director, interpreter. The thing about drama and post-dramatic theatre is really interesting, and I do think it's relevant to this discussion. I don't know if other people want to know.
I'm going to think about something else.
I just wanted to if you want to take it in a different direction, I'll just briefly say something about dramatic and post-dramatic theatre, because I think I agree that there's a we've sort of established that there's a problem with text-based and non-text-based anyway, and then on top of that trying to graft that post-dramatic dramatic distinction onto that, which I think has happened in a lot of contexts. I think that there has been a sort of a mapping of one vocabulary based on a different theatre culture onto onto the British theatre culture in a way that doesn't really work, and so I think that's problematic. But I also think that so Hans T. Lehmann's book, Post-Dramatic Theatre, which kind of introduced this vocabulary and became very influential, I think that there are a lot of unresolved problems around text in that book. I think that that Lehmann's attitude towards text is actually quite contradictory, and I think that it's I think that's an issue in the very conceptualising of post-dramatic theatre as a category of work. So it's sort of now become doubly problematic or triply problematic in using those terms to talk about British theatre, and so I kind of question how helpful they are, especially when we then get on to talking about this idea of a post-dramatic text and what does that mean, and I don't know how helpful these terms are.
I think it's interesting. I think also post-dramatic theatre and Lehmann have to be understood within their own context, the same way that we are trying to understand that devising is coming out of this particular context. Because, and we were struggling earlier to kind of try and find what it is what words the Germans had for theatre that is not text-based, and I think it possibly is linked that this whole notion of the need for the label of post-dramatic theatre arises out of that of recognizing that need, that we need to recognize that there are certain forms of theatre that are not coming out of the dramatic Aristotelian tradition, and they can be text-based. I mean, he famously names Peter Hanken's plays and so on as being at the root of what he then calls post-dramatic theatre, but it's not the text that's written according to Aristotelian principles. That's
Are we on board with post-dramatic?
No, we're taking another direction. I don't know anything about it. So.
Yeah.
I like to think of our work as pre-dramatic theatre. Forest Ridge is very much like the constituent parts of theatre, but before it's really all put together.
That's actually post-dramatic.
There you go. Are we just talking about? I was listening to all these different. I'm really interested in hearing all these different stories about, anonymous playwrights and directors having problems with what their roles are. And all these wonderful stories about Simon and how he's made his work. And I remember sitting in here and listening to Katie Mitchell talking about all the different processes that she goes through. And someone asked her, would you ever make a devised piece? And she was like, well, I've never done so, but I would be interested, but what she said was that she would have to separate the process out. So she would have one period where she was working with a group of people to create a text, which, and then another period of, working on that text. It was when we did a thing for the students, a finance festival for the students. And this was last year, March last year.
This year, last academic.
Oh yeah, last academic year.
And she thought she hadn't made a device piece?
Well, no, not in the traditional sense, in that she's always working from a text like the waves or the yellow wallpaper or something.
Right.
That's the way that she described it.
Fascinating.
So that, and then thinking about that in relation to say like the last piece that I made, my friend Era, where we did exactly that. We devised a text and then we left it, and then we went away and worked on it and honed it with a dramaturg, and then we came and rehearsed it. And what is what we're talking about here, the sort of the nuances and the contradictions and the complications and the messiness and the personalities of any kind of any development process suffering under the weight of institutions, basically.
Yeah.
So not only the funding structures, not only these kind of arcane rules people have about what kind of work they can and can't support, but also the institutions of literature and theatre, and that actually that every single creative process ever is going to be too complicated or too nonsensical to be able to be described neatly by the institutions that are attempting to do so. So what we have in any situation is a sort of best attempt to, maybe we can fit that in there, and maybe we can fit Simon Stevens playing there, and maybe we can fit what the Forest Fringe guys are doing in this shed that we've built outside. It's sort of, and I think that's fine. Maybe that's the nature of artistic creation, isn't it? It's the relationship between the sort of these kind of fluid processes of creation and the by nature more fixed institutions that are there to sort of support and both and limit it.
Although it's really interesting that you say that, and you mentioned the shed, because actually, like the National Theatre itself, kind of it enshrines these differences in concrete almost. Like if you think about the Olivier, and it's like this kind of classical Greek structure. It's like, the same shape as Epidaurus or wherever it is, and then you've got a kind of a concrete sort of upper 18th century European sort of wedding cake kind of affair. That sort of three. Has he got three galleries or has he got one? Yeah. And rake, stage, and then it's got like a kind of a groovy modern.
So I'm not that groovy.
Yeah. But the Costello/Dorfman, it's basically like a tricycle, isn't it? A bit sort of. So so you've got that whole theatre history. The only thing they didn't build in there is a globe, and I guess the Olivier is kind of a bit sort of globey.
Yeah, there's certain issues that you could say about the way in which the nature of having a national theatre that's a building rather than a company is it certainly kind of enshrines certain working processes, but I don't think it's as knee-high with the Olivier. I think, I don't know.
No, I wasn't sure why I was going with that thought, but it's worth it. Oh, sorry, Catherine.
I just feel we've got about 10 minutes left, so if there are any other burning questions
Go
that you
back
have,
to page 12 very quickly.
if you have something on.
Yeah. There was another thing that I was thinking about is that the book was written as a sort of a descriptor for some work that has kind of appeared, and it's sort of exemplary of all the problems that we're having. Is that as soon as you write a book trying to describe a set of circumstances and give them maybe a sort of vague catch-all term, and I think the thing we didn't talk about is post-dramatic productions of like things like Wreck, like people like Einosh Leaf who would like slash the text to pieces and put it all back together in some kind of way that was to do with Hegel and dialectics and Marxism. So using this cut-up, shredded version of the text and sometimes other bits added in, as an example of something that the original text hadn't said, and so it's dialectic. and necessarily in the process losing dramatic momentum. So that, I guess, that was where it came from. So then, applying it to British theatre is.
There's also that time lag because it was published only in 1999 and not translated until 2006.
I know
so already
it's translated.
I think there are definitely questions to be asked about why it's not translated.
I suppose it's like a sort of rejoinder to the last. I'm just ignoring it. No, but like even I was thinking about this post-dramatic conversation. It's like I don't think it's a bad thing. Like all of this kind of the sort of the problematics of attempting to describe things and always failing to do so. I think that's. I don't think that the fact that this binary between text-based and non-text-based, even though as we've maybe discussed, it kind of completely failed to describe anything adequately, even from the outset. I don't think it's a bad thing that we attempted to do so, and I think that it's a sort of this noble Sisyphean quest, isn't it, to attempt to describe the kind of the sort of the impossibility of adequately sort of describing the nuance of any kind of piece of art, and to try and create patterns and groups and organisations within that is kind of impossible. But I kind of, it's not a bad thing that we continue to do so, and it's not a bad thing when we, and it's not a bad thing when we then sort of dismantle our previous attempts and try and apply some new ones to the changing circumstances. I think maybe the problem comes when people, we've sort of gently made fun of a couple of them, when people tend to rely on those descriptions as representing anything definite, rather than just being this one sort of futile, perhaps even slightly fictional attempt to describe, impossible patterns.
I think you're right, sorry. I think you're right, but that's because we're all jolly, lovely people sitting here saying, we like all kinds of theatre, it doesn't matter. We're very happy and sort of inclusive and whatnot. It becomes problematic when people say you should be giving money to those people. You're stealing resources that should otherwise be directed towards proper playwrights. And it also, something we haven't touched on really is, and I won't because I won't be able to describe it very well at all, but the kind of ideological investment in making theatre in certain ways. Like Devising came about, like I sort of said before, because it was a challenge to representational value systems. It was a challenge to realism, because the problem with realism was that all it did was reflect back a kind of unjust society, class-wise or gender, and reiterates those things and doesn't do anything to change them. So that was the backlash against realism, which propelled a lot of the energy around devising non-text-based works, because text-based work just became associated with realism, just became associated with drama, and it was sort of all this tight little nucleus that it was hard to get into. And so, at one point, and I don't know whether it still exists now or not, because I don't know enough about it, but there was a real political fervour. It really mattered how you made your theatre.
So I know you wanted to say
One sentence.
Okay, good.
I just wonder whether actually it's not a matter of the binding between text-based and non-text-based, but the binding between capitalism and creativity.
I'm really glad that you mentioned this ideological investment, because it's something I kind of wanted to come on to. Maybe there's too much there to get into in real depth now, but I think that there is this real ideological investment. But I wonder also, and this is something that Liz Tomlin's fantastic, I say new book, it's probably been out for a year or two now, but her most recent book kind of deals with this, that it's potentially that what was a kind of a radical force behind a certain kind of theatre making has become its own set of tropes, and so therefore this kind of there's perhaps sort of a reflexive claims for radical intent that are associated with certain ways of working, which may in reality not be any more radical than work that we perhaps characterise as text-based. So I think that part of this is about really enabling a more, perhaps a kind of more rigorous and nuanced interrogation of some of those ideological values, which are clouded by assumptions that are formed around certain types of making work.
Yeah, absolutely. When devising became a methodology rather than a kind of flawed attempt at describing indescribable processes, it lost any of that kind of radical intent that it once had. And I think that that's, it certainly stopped being these things. I really love that distinction just made. I think it's true, but I think that's why you can see, how we locate it, seeking something that is anti-capitalist, and how we kind of locate a methodology in order to create that work has shifted, in my opinion, has shifted far, far away from this question of text, and I think that's really interesting, and I think that's and that's often perhaps why sometimes this binary feels sort of dated.
I saw a thing in Belgrade. I will try back on it. It was called, what was it called? Ibsen's An Enemy of the People as Brecht's Learning Play, and it was a presentation of a completely smashed to pieces version of The Enemy of the People as a Brechtian drama, and it was mostly a performance lecture kind of thing, and musical wasn't around. But what it was really good for doing was reminding you how radical Ibsen was, and how they banned his plays for being realist. It was like, this naturalism is really killing us, and it's like it's so anti-capitalist. Imagine. And
there's a difference between naturalism and realism.
Whatever.
No, it's an important one. It's a really
I can't remember which he is. But they both predate Brecht, right? And then Brecht came along and said, no, because what happens is naturalism or realism reinforces the real world on the stage, and so you've got to smash it and show everybody that everything's alive, and then everything. I guess because theatre doesn't succeed in changing things at maybe the pace we'd like to see, it keeps on having to be reinvented. And I think then there's a fascinating thing in Romania that their big political theatre thing is, to my eyes, 90s verbatim theatre. But British 90s verbatim theatre. But now in Romania, it's against effectively interpretive directors who they see as being so old hat, we've had this for so long, they're old men. And so it's kind of like this negative mirror image of where we're at, maybe. And so it's kind of, it's all about context, and therefore it's inherently more than the other.
You're probably going to have to close the discussion. There's one point there.
I'm glad you chose me, because I've got a great closing quote. So I've got my uni notes in here as well. So I've got a quote from Dwight Concord, who says that textocentrism, not text, is the problem. And following from that, we've been talking about complicity and forced entertainment, and people like Dadaism and Artaud, who have gone against the text and have now become part of the archive. Essentially, they're just as taught the syllabus as Shakespeare, because our culture is basically literally inscribed by text. Even our creation myths begin with a deity saying a word, and then stuff happens. So ultimately, do you think that non-text-based work is essentially futile because of the way our culture is?
That's one that cannot be answered succinctly.
Yes or no?
Maybe you should just let that question lie.
I suddenly realised that I really want to start a band that's called Artaud D2. That's what I was hardly concentrating for a long time, because I was just thinking what that band would be like. It would be amazing.
And on that note, so unfortunately I think we'll have to close the discussion there. But thank you to
to me is Rory Mullarkey. So his plays include The Wolf from the Door, Cannibals and Single Sex, Each Slow Death, The Grandfathers, and On the Threshing Floor. His translations and adaptations include The Oresteia by Aeschylus and Remembrance Day by Alexei. His texts for music include Hammer of Solitude by Joanna Lee and The Way Back Home by Joanna Lee. In 2014, Rory won the James Tate Black Memorial Prize for Drama, the George Devine Award for Most Promising Playwright, and the Herald Printer Commission. He was the 2011 Pearson Playwright in Residence of the Royal Register. Next to him is Vicky Angelaki. She's based at the Department of Drama and Theatre at University of Columbia. She's currently writing her next monograph, Social and Political Theatre in the 21st Century Britain, Staging Crisis. Her research specialisms include modern and contemporary British and European theatre, mainly Austrian and German, translation, adaptation, spectatorship, and citizenship, as well as performance, critical cultural theories, and philosophy, focus on phenomenology. Her major publications include the plays of Martin Cripp, Making Theatre Strange, Contemporary British Theatre, Breaking New Ground, and special issue of Contemporary Theatre Review titled Dealing with Martin Cripp. Next to her is Deborah Pearson, who is an award-winning writer, artist, and the founding co-director of Forcebridge. She's currently finishing her PhD on narrative preoccupations in contemporary performance and she's studying Deborah. And last but certainly not least is Cathy, who's a senior lecturer at Exeter University. She's written extensively about dramaturgy, walking, and spatial practice, including dramaturgy and architecture, dramaturgy and performance, and articles and papers on women's walking art with Deborah. She was playwriting during the 1990s before turning to site-based arts practice with Rights and Sites from 1998. The company is best known for its misguide publications, which offer alternate, poetic, skeptical, and oblique strategies for walking through new spaces. The company is currently completing a new misguide, originally entitled The Architect Walker, a Misguide to Building and Transit, which is to be published in 2015. So the impossibly open and big question that I propose to the panelists is, does text afford a finite possibility for performance? In other words, can we imagine a performance that would be impossible to follow in text? Does anybody want to bravely jump in?
Does text afford finite possibilities for performance? No. Can we imagine a performance that would be impossible to follow from text? Yes. So it's an infinite set of possibilities, but it's not a set containing all possibilities. They're like prime numbers. I've been asking myself recently, in the light of some of the kind of antagonisms that we've all experienced from some unnamed individuals, towards devised theatre generally, and that turns with its views. And asking myself why the vehemence. And I think I appreciated the way the last panel was talking about the kind of material circumstances for that, and I think that is part of it. But also, just to give them a bit more credit, like what is at stake in different dramaturgies? Because I think some things are at stake. And I think, in the last 100 years, to go back to the turn of the 20th century and around the time of the First World War, really, there's a shift. There's a shift in the relationship of time to space, narrative to scene, and history to presence. Representation to presentation, or as Lehman puts it, from logos to landscape. I don't think it's just about the post-dramatic, and I think the timescale that he's talking about isn't it. I think it's a longer timescale than that. Certainly on the continent, it's a bit slower in the English language theatre because it seems to sort of wait until there's an influx of European refugees to America and from there to the UK or vice versa later in the century. So I think that's partly why we're a little bit sort of behind in that, in this particular sort of kind of work. And I think what it reflects is a kind of disintegration of grounding principles and an attempt to revision the world theatrically. The real world is performance. Performance is the only authenticity. It's a way of trying to come to terms with mechanisation. There's all kinds of things going on there, and in this shift, text has a tendency to lose its priority and its authority and more significantly, individuality and history have a tendency to become less emphasised. So I think that what is going on here is partly a vehemence towards the need to claim this singularity of the individual and the individual's history through time, and to say that we must not lose that in the kind of choric and spatial organisation of theatre, which is in itself very exciting and has lots of other things to offer, and also sometimes directly addresses that same concern. I won't say too much more, but I'll go on too long.
I'm happy to continue this. So I'm so text-based, I've actually written this answer down. This is my note to Tim Crouch from earlier. This is scripted. I could probably say it without reading, but as my lovely colleague Liz Tomlin says, this will help me stay within time limits. So, I've kind of completely copied that methodology. So I'll answer the question hopefully and answer it within my time. So, you asked us to think about whether the existence of a text sets up finite possibilities for what we end up seeing on the stage. That's what I've focused on here. And I think it's a question that is more complex than might appear at first, and one that's very much worth exploring. So the short answer is no. I don't think text, capital T or no capital T, limits us on the stage in any way, and I'll elaborate on 3 main points. First, the existence of a text does not limit spectators because as individuals who are also members of our communities, and maybe of different communities at the same time, each one of us is an intricate mix of our own sensibilities and ideologies. Some of these will be easier to define on the basis of our shared social experiences, in other words, our context. That might mean that we're likely to have the same or a similar reaction to a text pointing to a specific event, reminiscent of a situation, or to a stage happening that alerts us to our responsibilities and our citizenship. So our sensibilities will be a bit more difficult to anticipate or to describe than our context may be given circumstances. And when we talk about audience responses, we all owe a huge debt, I think, to the work of Helen Freshwater in theatre and audience, particularly, but also other forums. So when I'm asked about the predicated nature of the text, I feel that to say that the text offers a range of limited and specific possibilities necessarily implies the predictable and predicated reaction of an audience, and I think that this is a fallacy. There are methodologies that we can apply, from phenomenological, sociological frameworks to construct helpful analysis, and I've certainly done this in my work. But what I would note is that in the live moment of the performance, we are all unsafe and unpredictable, and depending on how good it is, so is the text. Second point, the text is open and unpredictable because of the range of possibilities for audience reactions, but also because many of the most exciting texts that we see today have unpredictability and openness built into their very structure. I'm currently writing my next book, which Cathy kindly mentioned before, and in this work I look at how many contemporary playwrights have responded to the uncertainty and the flux of our times, and to the broader concept of crisis and its multiple manifestations through work that is dialectical, if not dialogical, in form, texts that are formally open or even experimental, and turn to the spectator as an equal of the playwright, of the company, of the director, not to inform, not to instruct, but to take on a journey of discovery. For both the playwright, the director, the company, and the spectator alike, this is a journey of discovery. It is also a journey of inquiry and of experience and of affect, as opposed to instruction and message. The text is open and unpredictable. The text becomes an adventure. Our experience differs from one performance to the next, also on practical terms. There are many examples for this. I'll mention, just in passing, Martin Krim's In the Republic of Happiness, which was on at the Royal Court in 2012-13. The middle part, part 2 of that play, was written in such a way and directed in such a way by Dominic Cook that allowed members of the companies to share lines. They all knew all of the text, and they decided spontaneously on each evening which line each cast member would say out loud, basically. No 2 shows were ever the same. So that's just one example. The text is there, it will be done, but how it is done is an open question in cases like that. Third and final point. Theatres and directors can take very different approaches to one and the same play, so the fact that maybe becomes that there isn't such a thing as one and the same For example, my experience of seeing Duncan Macmillan's excellent play Lungs at the Payne's Plough roundabout season, my same experience, which wasn't the same at all, of that play at the Schaubinger Berlin, directed by Cathy Mitchell. Very, very different experiences. It felt like a whole other text. Or, for example, the different choirs that were used for a play like The Events and made so much of an impact on each show. The way in which any given text metamorphoses into something else when it is translated, and new writing from the UK very often is, because it's very popular in what we call Europe, forgetting that the UK is also part of Europe, and comes to embed different social codes in the different places, meaning theatres as well as cities as well as countries where we will encounter it. A part of my research very often takes me to Austria and Germany particularly, and I have never thought that I'm seeing something by Martin Krimp or by Simon Stevens, for example, at the Volkstheater or the Akademietheater or the Schauspielhaus, Wien or Hamburg, and that is the same play that I have seen at the Almeida or the Jan Vig or the Court. But sometimes it's the other way around, because sometimes those plays start in Germany or other places. Anyway, I keep working on text and new writing more than anything else, because I find it as vulnerable and open to interpretation as I find it honest and resilient. Or certainly, so it is in the exciting cases, the ones that merit our labor as scholars, our questioning and our time, the ones that don't preach but ask, the ones that don't assume but wonder.
Yeah, I'm happy to. It's on my phone, sorry, but there you go. So I think obviously a text can be many things. It can be a blueprint for a performance. It can just be a record of what was said in the devising process or what has been decided to be said. It can be a jumping off point. Occasionally, as is the case for a piece like White Rabbit, Red Rabbit, which is a piece by an Iranian playwright, where he wrote the text and then he has a different performer perform the text every time. In that situation, the text itself becomes a very dominant stage element. It serves as a kind of prop or even a kind of setting. It's like a location. The text becomes a very important part of the piece. And the idea that the thing has been written and has a text becomes an essential part of the conceit. But text doesn't actually necessitate this approach. There's a similar piece, I guess, called How to Disappear Completely by Eitan Erdel. It's an autobiographical piece by a lighting designer, and he repeatedly draws the audience's attention to the lighting design in the piece. He's constantly pointing out lighting design, which he has designed himself. This is inherent in the piece's concept, but not every piece with a lighting design needs to remind the audience repeatedly of the craft and plot of a lighting design. So it's funny that we sometimes occasionally have a similar expectation of text. I think the same can be said of the textual element of the piece. I also, even though and we won't go into it because I don't want to talk about it anymore, but I don't like the term post-dramatic that much. But I do adhere to Lehman's point in post-dramatic theater in the book that text is just one dramaturgical element of a piece. It's not the piece in its entirety. An image, a glance, visual information is read by an audience as narrative. An example from, I suppose, a more conventional piece of theater would be that I recently saw Panoma at the National Theatre Shed, and what felt to me like one of the most important parts of the piece when I consulted a friend who had just read the script. She said it wasn't in the script, it was a stage design element. But to me it felt essentially like the narrative center of the show. So I think that this is why we so frequently speak of the final image in a performance, which might have been devised by a designer or a director. And we speak about that as frequently, or if not more frequently, as the final line of a piece. Basically, I suppose what I'm saying here is that I just think there's the text of centricity is an interesting tension that was brought up in the last panel. And I think that it is one that's sort of useful to kind of step away from a little bit. I don't want to denigrate the text. I love text. I love it. But I also think it's just one element of the entire dramaturgy of a piece of performance.
Hi. I write text, and that's what I do. And I think of it as an entirely literary thing that I do on my own. And I write a series of challenges or provocations to various collaborators down the line. But I don't really, after the completion of the initial thing, seek seek any involvement in kind of telling them how I want those things to be realised at all. In fact, I hope every single thing is as provocative as possible to everybody at every step of the way, including eventually the audience, so that it's all a matter of interpretation and creative work all the time. And yet, the things that I make when I sit down and write is kind of a closed thing. In fact, the last 3 texts that I had performed were performed essentially as first drafts. I didn't do any rewriting, I didn't work with dramaturgs, I didn't rewrite with directors. And yet, within them, there were a lot of interpretive things that the directors had to work on. So, in terms of the kind of the finitude of something, and whether you can watch a performance that's entirely sort of separate from what you would get from reading the text. The last original play that I wrote I tried to do that. I tried to make something that would be completely unrecognisable by essentially describing the actions of as stage directions that would be completely impossible stage of 3 soldiers, and calling it. It's written in actions. It's not written in stage directions. It's not written in dialogue. And then the next half of the play was written as an account of something. So it was a kind of it was a historic thing. And I hoped by that something kind of explosive and amazing would be realised on the stage. But because of the considerations of where it was being performed, which was kind of rurally around village halls, what was actually staged was that some actors came in and said all of the things that I wrote. So essentially this thing that I hoped would be open and explosive became a kind of monologue play, or whatever. And then conversely, the last show, I guess, in London, again, I'd written these sort of big, provocative stage directions about buildings being destroyed and how that would be realised and whatever. And that was so the director, which I thought was kind of brilliant, but at the same time not exactly what I thought about when I was writing in terms of it as a provocation, decided that every single moment in the text as a whole, except the cast list, should be staged. So all of the stage directions were read or performed, and so every single thing that I had done in my head on my own was kind of presented as sort of clinically and cleanly as possible for the audience. And then the last thing that I worked on was a Greek tragedy, and I think that's really interesting in the context of whether something is finished or how something would how a performance would be completely different from the text, because all we have of the text is this this very long passage in a language that 99.99% of the audience aren't going to have any idea with. So already you're making sort of this. It's already not closed, but you're making decisions to kind of close it in certain ways. The other interesting thing is that they don't. Their character names, as people were talking about before with pornography or whatever, in Greek tragedy as well, they aren't written there either. And so I initially suggested to the theatre I was working for, can I just write this big long poem and then you can kind of sort it out? And they said, no, you have to do the characters. I guess maybe we're going back to this sense of what within the kind of structure of an institution is it that causes to close down those decisions. And I think it is partly to do with when you're making a programming decision, you're doing it on the basis usually of a text, whether it's an old text that you're saying, okay, we're doing this Bernard Shaw play, or it's a new text and you're saying, we're doing this. And so if the writer has kind of gone, well, you can kind of do anything, then that is sort of destroying the whole model by which the major institutions operate their programming. And so that would be, what I would say about that.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff there. I think the reason that I proposed that question was because I wanted to look at the way that texts create fictional worlds, which are necessarily open because you can't have a complete world that's fictional. And I was thinking about the notion that we have sometimes, or that some people have sometimes, I suppose, that when you take a text and put it on stage, you're just putting that world on stage. But you're not. I mean, you're putting a version of that world on stage, aren't you? Rory was talking about making closing decisions and how a performance closes the world of the text in a certain way, still not completely. But there's decisions to be made there. And there's almost an infinite possibility of ways that you could leave the text open and close it. Some of them insignificant and some of them more significant. So I was wanted to look at the world of the play and all of the things that sort of go into creating a world of the play on stage. Deborah, you sort of brought up the design elements as well, didn't you? So, I mean, we've sort of touched on that today, but we haven't really talked about design elements creating a world of play as well, because we don't talk about those the same way that we would view a text and performance in the same level.
It's really hard for me to deal with the term like a world of a play in fiction because they're so far removed from how I make theater, how I think about theater. I don't think about the theater as like fictional space, and I don't think about the like. It's just really interesting because it's like most of the work that I make is autobiographical. Most of the work that we present at Forest Fringe is people pretending to be themselves or playing with this idea of what it is to be themselves, or staging like events that have a very like real element to them. I think like a really good example would be Nick Green's piece Trilogy about feminism, in which at the end of the piece she invites any of the audience members, female audience members who want to join her on stage naked and to sing Jerusalem with her. And like that's like, so how does that sit within this idea of fiction? Because to be one of the people who gets on stage, naked, like that will never leave you. That doesn't sit in a representational sphere. I don't know, yeah, so it's interesting, but maybe also like the first time you see Streetcar Named Desire, like maybe the feeling that at the end of that play, which is very much in the fictional realm, also doesn't leave you. So it's interesting, like the world of the play versus like the event of the play. Yeah, I don't know.
But I would see both of those as not necessarily being fictional worlds, that might not be the right thing, but there is a world of the event that, so Nick Green's work is kind of utopian in a sense. It's not a fiction in that your own naked body is never going to feel fictional, but that it has a sort of a shape to the event that one could describe as a cosmos in a sense. And,
don't you think the decision for the audience member to come up like ruptures that cosmos nearly? If the decision to come up or not come up?
I'm not sure that it does. I mean, so this is the layman's thing, isn't it, where we have the fictive cosmos once and now it's broken and we don't have the fictive cosmos and the post-dramatic, which Ellen, of course, has really shown is completely untrue. In fact, the one thing that persists is this sense of the fictive cosmos, or perhaps the word fictive isn't quite right.
Representational, or?
No, I mean the stage still seems to be representing the world in some way, but maybe a revisioned world.
Or a controlled world.
Yeah.
But then there are loads of uncontrollable elements.
Absolutely. I mean, and I think part of what we see happening is a difference between a politics which says, in order to understand the world as it is, we need an authoritative historical analysis, which I think would be some playwrights, and Billington's contention, that's what we need. Maybe. And I have a lot of sympathy for that as well. Whereas the other way of looking at it might be that we are all in a space where there are a bunch of stories, so far as Doreen Masson put it, that are all clashing and meeting, and how do we negotiate that space? And I think that's more what the other sorts of approaches, which may be textual or not, are dealing with, which seems like a very kind of woolly and prevaricating politics from some perspectives. And I think that position is not totally illogical either. I think, I'm trying to have some time for it here, because I don't think it's coming out of, I don't think it's just coming out of self-interest and ego. I think it's meant. Unpopular.
No, I think that's a really interesting discussion about presenting reality or representing reality. Don't want to get bogged down in the terminology here.
Yeah.
But if it's real, why put it on stage? So there's something more.
Well,
that's
this is
going on
real
there.
here right now.
Right.
Like on stage, like if I walk out, I really walked out, or if like we drop the water, we really drop the water. Like it's not, and yet we're calling this different dramaturgical expectations of what's
Right.
happening here.
Right, and then, sorry, go ahead.
No, I mean, it's just, I think it's interesting because it's like, it's sort of what cultural baggage the audience brings, but I do really stick to the idea that every performance is an event, basically. And I think that an event really, it does really happen. If a person faints during a comedy show or has a heart attack, they really have had a heart attack and have to leave. You know, these are real things. It's interesting, I think that because theater is like so hemmed in by like the baggage of representation, we have this amazing idea that it like somehow exists outside of our lives, but it doesn't. It's really happening.
Yeah.
But there has to be a special space in a way, isn't it? Because otherwise it isn't anything. So yeah, I think you're right. It tends to exist in a much more sort of blurry, like the boundaries are more blurred in a sense, but they must exist for us to recognise it as being
Absolutely.
theatre event.
Absolutely. Events have a beginning, middle, and end. Like, there's no question about it. This panel discussion has had a beginning somewhere in the middle, and will have an end, hopefully, at some point.
Before the rugby starts.
Yeah, exactly, before the rugby starts. But yeah, it's just a funny thing, because like the word fiction always makes me bristle in theatre, and I don't know why that is. I think it's because I think fiction is in the toolbox, but it's not something we should take for granted. You know, I think fiction should be one of the tools in the toolbox, and a tool that can be used really beautifully, but it shouldn't be the default position.
I've never heard it ever described as that. That's the thing that's kind of fascinated me suddenly. I've honestly never ever heard anybody kind of using the word fiction before today, and that's really interesting because it's just never come into my head. But it was I don't know. I'm struggling at the moment to describe how I would, to think of how I would describe it then. But certainly that just interesting that word has never even entered my, I don't know, my thoughts.
Yeah. And it's sort of tied up with, I mean, the title of our panel is Possibility of Text, Narrative, and Performance. So it's tied up with the question of narrative too, isn't it? So we were talking about, or somebody was talking about, you were talking about controlling the environment. You can only control it to a certain way, but when you set up a narrative, you've altered, or you've made closing decisions, I suppose. So the fictionality, if I can use that word, is maybe tied up with narrative and its possibilities. Yeah, just closing possibilities.
Don't you think like every event in your life, like it's interesting because like where is like the narrative location? So like do we locate like the moment when the narrative is constructed? Does that come before the performance happens? So it's in the play text or it's in the plan for the piece. Does that happen like in the present while you're watching the piece unfold or the thing happen? Or does it actually happen afterwards upon reflection where you think, you know, where the audience, like it's in the eye of the beholder, the audience member reflects on the narrative. And in that case, maybe the narrative also includes how much they struggled on the tube to get to the theater and, you know, if they really had to go to the bathroom during the show and how they felt right after the show. Like it's an interesting, like where that narrative location is. Because of course, the whole, like narrative is a cognitive process and it's just a thing where it comes with the experience of having memories in general. Our memories are narrative, they're inherently narrative.
Yeah, I mean it's, because it's what we were talking about, isn't it? Where is the play? Where is it in the text? Is it devised somehow? Where is it? And we talked a lot on this panel about, I've noticed every single one of you talked about the role, or in some way about the audience, and how the audience receives. And Vicky, you talked about how there's, I mean, almost an infinity of possible receivers. So everybody is, I mean, everybody takes this event wherever it is, and then changes it by necessity.
Yeah, I think, well, two things really I'd like to say. One is because the term narrative is just mentioned, and in this context, in this discussion, it's almost negligent not to mention that a few years ago at the Royal Court there was a play on gold narrative by Anthony Nielsen, which very much blurred the process between devising and text. And I remember when I was leaving that performance, which I saw with two friends, colleagues,
wish I had a text to take with me. And he said, but there isn't a text. That's the beauty of it. And I said, you're right. I have to feel less kind of vulnerable as a scholar if there isn't a text, you know. But I think one of the best things actually the text does is to make us vulnerable as scholars, because it's so unpredictable and so slippery and so resistant to interpretation. Those are the best kinds of texts. The other kinds of texts, I think many of us in this room, this conversation, don't have time for anyway. So there's no point. But as to where the play is, I think the play is within the visual spectator. I think that it becomes kind of a combination of our experiences. I think that when you see the same text staged as a play through different companies' work in different countries, in different places, in different theaters, it becomes just a kind of, I guess, a combination of all those traces, and then it becomes an event that endures for much longer. And it's not just because there's a published text to go with it.
It was really. I was in Ukraine recently, and I was sitting around with all these Ukrainian directors, and I was sort of like, oh, why do you like these? Why do you like these writers and not these writers or whatever? And I created this narrative in my head that, oh yeah, Ukraine's really into Mark Ravenhill and they're really into Sarah Kane. They love in-your-face stuff, and it's because something I put some kind of socio-political narrative onto why those particular plays were the plays of that. And they were like, no, because someone like translated those ones, but we haven't got these other ones. You know, they could well be doing David Eldridge all the time. Probably wouldn't be, but they could well be if those plays were translated. I thought that was kind of fascinating in terms of whether or not these texts are available even to be done.
This is a huge issue. I think it's really important because we're talking about the type of theatre that gets quite a, contemporary playwriting written in English, let's say, gets quite a lot of international attention these days. And those plays do get translated. It doesn't necessarily work so well the other way around. There are plays by very important, even, people like Elfriede Jelinek at a Handke, and the texts are not necessarily translated. So it's not an assumption that those cultural exchanges work equally both ways. So what we get to see is not necessarily as much as we export. And I say we, obviously I'm not British, right? But I'm kind of a scholar that's based in this country. So it's really important. The question that Rory just raised, how much we get to see, how much we're aware of what the text looks like, the words of that text, and how much we're able to experience through a good translation or a poorer translation.
In terms of style, like the thing that I always kind of is quite how much I think in the mainstream British theatre, how much the kind of the process and the training of the actor is really governing all of this, and actually plays like Jelinek or something that's more that doesn't have a kind of psychological line of best fit for a British drama school trained actor to get their teeth around. It's going to be something that's just going to put producers off, because it means that they can't, in terms of the director in the room trying to sell how to do this to an actor. I mean, I've known directors take these plays often to workshops, either at the Royal Court or the National Theatre Studio, plays from Germany and Russia particularly, and that they just fall apart in the room because they're sort of like, well, why am I saying this word now? I wouldn't say this word, and it's rather than thinking of it as something that doesn't have to have a psychological line of best fit through it.
That's so interesting. Do you think that there's like an extent to which there's a kind of pressure amongst some playwrights to basically write plays that are the kinds of plays that can be performed well by drama school students or by the graduates of drama school?
I mean, yeah. Definitely.
Yeah.
And that it will be relative, like in a short 4-week rehearsal process. It will be easy for a kind of like a sort of a not particularly risk-taking director to be able to sell it to a series of conventionally trained actors. That informs the model of writing, I think, so much.
Yeah, there's capitalism.
We've gone back to this sort of question that we were addressing, or that was being addressed in the previous panel about how Duska so lovely, put it so So is there an impetus to write a certain type of play?
There is. I don't buy. I don't buy this capitalism versus creativity. I think it's true that politics and ideology affect what kinds of things can be written. I think it's true that there are institutional biases and there are economic conditions for work. Totally accept that, but it's not as simple as you can be creative or you can be capitalist. I mean, actually, capitalism can be very creative, and that's part of how it sustains itself. And also, I think that would be doing an injustice to some people who write within that paradigm as well, who I think quite strongly feel they're critiquing capitalism, and that they can only do it by gaining access to those stages.
There's a lot to unpack there. I mean, maybe do you think we're conflating a certain form of theatre with capitalism?
I think it would be very risky to do that, but it's for sure true that a young writer or a new writer, whether they're young or not, and actually it helped them to be young, has to consider the demands of certain venues, and those are conditioned by where those venues are and all kinds of other things. So I think what you're saying is absolutely right, and what you're saying about translation and what gets translated is also part of that.
Well, it's important to recognize that there are certain subsidy parameters within which certain things become easier or less easy or difficult or impossible. So, for example, the fact that I can buy a €2.50 ticket to go and see a play in any of the major theatres that belong to the Burgtheater in Austria, and that they kind of know that they're going to have their audience that comes from season tickets, but also maybe the person who wandered in because it's cheap. That's a great thing that just allows, I think, that level of subsidy, that extremely wonderful level of subsidy, allows experimentation in institutional spaces, whether it's text-based or not, in a way that, dare I say it, doesn't happen everywhere. Everywhere could be another word, but you know what I mean. So it's a big conversation to have, and money has a lot to do with it, but there are still places that operate on the basis that theatre is a public medium and a democratic one, that mostly should make it easy for people to get in. And that's the first thing. And the second thing is that it performs well, and that's equally important. I don't think anyone's oblivious to that, but there's a difference as to parts of the world where profit becomes number one, and parts of the world where kind of profit becomes number, I don't know what, or maybe a happy thing. And let's not say that something that's cutting edge, experimental, difficult, cannot become wildly popular, because we've seen that happen again and again. Also in text-based theatre again and again, but not only.
Also, different forms can be radical at different times. So I think there are times when absolutely what needs to be there is a kind of strong voice that's very clearly located, that's saying something about a particular sort of strand of experiences that are not being attended to. And then you might need a very overtly political narrative play. Equally, you can have, I don't want to pick on any particular performance, but you can have a performance that is immersive, puts lots of different voices together in ways that are either progressive or not. They can actually be deeply commodified, or they can be really useful ways of provoking thought about how we communicate with one another. I mean, these things are not either or. They just have different potentials, I think.
That said, don't you think that if there are certain experiences the example of like the highly political play that's like in a very kind of like well-made play form. There are certain experiences that when you kind of funnel them into a narrative form, it does depoliticize them to a certain extent. If there's something about the narrative, like the conventional Western narrative form, that suggests to us things like thesis, antithesis, synthesis, like that a conflict, for example, is something that can be resolved when there are some conflicts that can't be resolved, or the conflict has a very specific locus or like catalyst, when many real life actual political conflicts, it would be impossible to locate their catalyst or their locus. Like there's a way that a certain kind of narrative structure can be really detrimental to the most well-intentioned subject matter in a play.
I think that's really interesting, and I think that might be right. But I think there might be circumstances in which that becomes a secondary consideration because you just need to get that narrative out there. I don't think, I'm not sure that we're in that in this country at the moment, but one can see that. I don't know, I think there are countries where that really feels like that.
Sometimes it's interesting when you think about like films, for instance, because I suppose films are like, particularly like Hollywood films, are so rigorously, and like not even just, the word rigorous isn't even the right word actually, they're like just so horrible, they can be so horribly subject to these particular kinds of narrative structures that you can see a movie about the pharmaceutical industry in Africa, and you can see a movie about like my best friend's wedding and feel like you've watched the same narrative, and suddenly the pharmaceutical story just doesn't, I don't know, it doesn't feel like it has any real like impact. But I think that this is because I think what's interesting is that we haven't mentioned films really much at all in any of these discussions, and I do think that films do kind of, particularly around like naturalism in British theatre, they are a kind of spectre that haunts the theatre, I guess. But and there was certainly something that I thought about in terms of your question with text, because I thought, would you ever see the same question about a screenplay? Like, is a screenplay, by having a text for a film, for example, does that suggest finite possibilities or not? Maybe that's because we understand in films that you write way more than is actually going to be filmed, and that the director has much more control, and there's like a huge team as opposed to it being smaller.
Right. I think that's a really interesting question. I don't think I don't know anything about text at all. And I'm not going to pretend to. But I think your question gets to this. So we have a tradition that a play is not performed maybe in some cases. In many cases, I think we hope there's going to be many more times. And we have that tradition. So it's interesting. So what makes so are there more possibilities in a theatre text than there are? Is that?
Yeah, definitely, absolutely. But I think that one of the things, because obviously it's that thing about like the uncontrollable elements and the event and the fact that it happens in the room and it can be different every time. But the reason I bring up films, I suppose, is that I think that they really inform our narrative baggage that we bring into the theatre, even as audience members. If you go to see, from Panoma to Chimerica to like whatever, there is this kind of looming specter of the cinematic 3-act structure that I think haunts theatre writers everywhere they go. That's basically.
That's also to do with kind of how you when you hand in something, it will be perceived. I mean, do you think, for instance, Pomona is a lot more conventional than a lot of the. Particularly because it was under the orange tree, it sort of seemed like this huge explosion, and it was. But at the same time, there's a lot in that. And in fact, I know Ali quite well, the guy who wrote Play, and he said that he was offered to make it into a film. And he said no, because if you made it into a film, it would be like really normal film, which it gets, and it's kind of fascinating.
Have you written for film?
No, no, I don't want to. I mean, I think that it's all. I've written for opera, like it's so different. Ultimately, I think that opera, and maybe this is kind of not kind of standardised terminology or whatever, but I sort of see the theatre and opera as a kind of poetic medium in a way for language, in a way that I don't for I don't see television or film as that at all. And so I would hope that was almost writing that is writing is, I think, certainly in my conception of it, writing a text for the theatre is closer to writing a piece of music or something than it is to writing a screenplay, because the way that the image is controlled is completely different when you're doing some form of language. But I think I don't know.
If I can just go back to, I was really fascinated by how you answered this question. As a non-writer, I just completely agree with what you said, but I'm not going to dwell on that. What I wanted to say was, just to your question, does the published text mean that has more possibilities of getting restaged? And again, I do think that also has to do with programming agendas, subsidy as well, because there are so many forgotten texts that were once new writing and were never staged again and kind of faded away in insignificance, even though some of those texts were really groundbreaking, important, beautiful, worth revisiting, and they're just not being done. And again, you take a short flight somewhere else, and those plays have become part of something that we can call a canon. You know, I don't think canon is a dirty word. I think we can call it canon. So, and they get revisited, and they become part of the lexicon of creativity of other cultures, whereas they've slipped completely under the radar in the country that has produced them. And I think that's really interesting. And it's hugely important to have new work, new text, money for new texts, new writers. But it's also important to remember that new writing doesn't have an expiration date, and that it can come back as slightly older writing, just to see what kind of, a play like Martin Crimp's The City means to us. What is it now, 7 years later, on a main stage, now that we kind of can see it in the aftermath of the situation that very eerily predicted that recession. So, that's just one example, because I've looked at that work a lot, but it's far from the only example. It's really important to remember that the text can be a very vulnerable thing that fades, that doesn't get attention in depth of time, and that's quite sad.
Do you think that if a thing, like that if an event was like, transformative perfectly, people remember the time, but doesn't get staged again, is that always that?
I think it's a shame that not more audiences have the chance to experience that. But obviously, well, for example, the play that I saw most recently that really moved me was Song from Far Away, The Young Pig by Simon Stevens, which I thought was just poetry and political and everything at the same time. Had a very short run, and I remember thinking, immediately after I left, I hope they bring this back so that more people can see it. It's not going to lessen my experience of it as a transformative moment in the theatre, but I do hope in the future that I get to have more conversations with more people who will have seen it, who didn't see it in a very short run in September, which is a very kind of weird time of the year anyway. I guess that's my slightly awkward.
Is there also kind of a funny way in which if you can have more conversations with other people who've seen it and it goes on longer, you're able to keep it?
I think that's
more,
a very good point.
This is similar to what you said about the narrative thing, and you wanted a piece of the text because you wanted to keep it, you enjoyed it, and you wanted.
Yes, actually. I think that's a fantastically good point, because it becomes more of a collective thing, and more of a, and something that you see and lose, you want to talk about always, don't you, whatever that is. So to feel that conversation is limited is an issue.
The thing you were talking about with text getting forgotten and then maybe picked up in other countries, is that something that you've primarily experienced as British plays then being picked, or is there kind of are there German people who then Japan really like, but Germany?
I don't know, because my research is really very Western focused, and that includes Europe, it includes the US, but it doesn't include really those parts of the world. So I can't really answer the question like that. But I'm fascinated by how Andrew Haydon is in the room, right?
Yeah.
So you know how in the Republic of Happiness got 2 productions in Hamburg, and then the other production was in
Turkish theatre.
Yes,
It's
exactly.
horrible,
Those,
isn't it?
so it's which I haven't seen any of those two productions, but those productions in Hamburg and Berlin happened within a very short space
Yeah,
of time.
I saw the press night of the Berlin one, which was I think it was November or December. It was pretty much exactly a year after it pressed in the Royal Court, and then I saw the Hamburg one the following March, and I think that had been open a while. So.
And it's that kind of thing where they keep them in rep as well.
Yeah.
So, which also doesn't happen here. And then you feel like these plays have a much longer life outside the country and the culture that produced them, which becomes a very ironic thing. Anyway.
No, but that's certainly true because like the kind of work that we make for Fringe, the kind of work that I make, like you make a piece, maybe you don't get paid a ton of money to make a piece in the first place. You make your money back by touring it over the course of like 2 years. So the sort of the piece stays with you and like different audiences over the course of a long period of time. You might not have a 3-week run in London, but you by the end of it you perform the piece 50 times in different, over the course of a couple of years, which is interesting because it means that the conversation of that piece continues for a very long time. The impact. Yeah.
Not in great terms. But
Yeah,
that's not what I mean.
yeah.
Beautiful audience impact. Maybe also, right?
I think that's a really interesting sort of thing that I hadn't considered the audience as having a role. Maybe I did, but I didn't know that I did. I mean, certainly you could consider. I mean, when people we talk about the intention of the author and whether or not that's a good consideration to have. But there certainly are things that are in text and that are in performance that, everything is there for the audience to take away, and I hadn't considered that that's another part of world building, or building the events. And that might be a good place for that, unless anybody has any burning last things to say. No? So we'll open it up to audience questions.
Thank you, everybody. Rory, I was really interested to see what you were talking about with all texts from Germany and Russia and the National Studio or Court, and actually struggling through them. I don't know more about that, but I suppose my question to you is you seem to sort of identify actor training and the actors who are likely to be cast in plays as, I can't remember the words you use, but as informing very much the kind of process of writing and what you imagine you're going to be writing and producing. And I just wondered if you could speak to any other, or identify any other aspects of the theatre setup that kind of imposes those kind of parameters on a playwright's imagination.
I think the space you're writing for and what you kind of think about the history of wherever that is and what you know about the administration and the kind of work that they produce necessarily does that. I mean, I think it's fascinating when every time I write the list of the characters at the beginning of the play, whatever, if there are characters, I don't feel like any of them, I always think the director could have 6 of them played by one person if they want, or get the characters with male names could all be played by. It feels like a given, but unless you're really specific about that's what you want as the author at that stage, and that becomes then so integral into the dramaturgy of it and what everybody experiences when they watch it. It's really, I find that really fascinating as a kind of, because I'd never sort of in terms of decisions about actors or whatever, I'd never hope to never particularly want to be involved, and I don't write thinking, okay, it's 4 bodies in this space. It's kind of it just sort of resolves itself. The scenes somehow resolve themselves rhythmically as I'm going. So that is that's it. But I also think you're writing. If you're writing for one of the bigger places, then things like an interval is something that I know somebody who they threatened to pull the show because they said that there shouldn't be an interval, and they said that they said they needed an interval to sell drinks. And so if you're those kind of considerations are always. I'm writing a play for big theatre at the moment, and the fact is that at the Almeida, they kind of want an interval. They want it to be a big thing. And so I do think there's this is again a quite technical thing maybe, but I think in terms of maybe because I've written a lot of them, but an hour or slash an hour and a half long piece feels like it has a rhythm which can be resolved in one push. Whereas if you're doing it with an interval, then there's something inherently, even if the form is weird, a lot more technical about what you're doing with that time. And I think it's almost a completely different skill. It's almost entirely a different kind of writing. So writing for those big houses and writing for big casts and shows that kind of last more than 90 minutes. I mean, I know that's a kind of Billington thing and going on around 90 minutes, but I don't think it's just as simple as the audience experience. It's also a technical thing for how the whole thing is set up.
And with reference to the fascinating conversation between Deborah and Cathy about the narratives and whether there's something implicit in like the Western narrative form that depoliticizes certain experiences or certain subject matter, if I understood that correctly. I just wondered what you thought about that, Rory, as someone who makes narratives, and whether you ever felt pressured to conform to a particular narrative dramaturgy.
I guess not particularly. I feel like on some level I've been quite I've been very fortunate. I initially at the very beginning of my career wrote quite conventional things, only to be told that it felt too much like everything else. And so it was only really when I started going, well, okay, I'm going to literally just do whatever I want. And there's a kind of coalescence of I guess at that stage I had enough industry contacts and enough people in the theatre were interested in the style of the thing that I was doing, that then when I did something that was a little more, that was a little less conventional, then it was looked at as, this guy knows what he's doing and he's breaking some rules, rather than he's just like said this but he doesn't have a fucking clue. Although sometimes I do get that. I mean, I've had in fact from the National as well, this is not a play. And I just don't know what to say when people say. I think it's one of the I honestly But again, that was quite early on, and I feel like the same thing now. Submitting something like that, they might still probably wouldn't put it on, but nevertheless they would think of it as like, oh, he clearly knows why there's like 35 scenes in 15 pages or whatever it is. Decided to think of that. That's.
Do you think there's an assumption around the form of pieces that you write, that you don't have? So you were talking about, you don't, when you write good listed characters, if there are characters, generally there are only bodies. And Catherine said in the last panel how it was quite telling when you have a play that says, this play can be formed in any order and you can do whatever you want. So it's almost as if the playwright has to give permission to be open.
Yeah, they definitely do. And I mean, I still feel like some people, there's a lot of, as we said, as the last panel said as well, like different strokes for different folks. Like people, there are plenty of people who write quite, very idiosyncratic. Like someone like Carol Churchill even is extremely specific about what she wants from the productions. It's not, so it's not just limited to sort of the more kind of bonkers people who are more open to working with directors. I don't know what your experience.
Like the kind of work that we do with Boris Fringe, frequently the director and the writer are the same person. Director, writer, and performer are frequently the same person, and then usually they'll employ an outside eye or a dramaturg, and that person does very much what a director would do, except there's not the power dynamic of the fact that like their suggestions don't have to be taken. That's basically so it just like shifts it a little bit. But I think the smaller scale stuff is a lot easier to do that. Although there are companies like Action Hero who made like a really large scale piece in that way, and it was interesting because it felt very directed. But I was the dramaturg on that piece. It was called Host Bluff, and at the end I was like, I just don't know whose idea any of these things were. Like it looks like very stylized, but couldn't say like whose vision the aesthetic of the piece was.
Which is kind of like when you have then you go to a sort of a, you know, one of the like the National or something, and it says this thing by, you know, by this person. I think that is often a stumbling block, because then people think that therefore the entire, I don't know, the sublimation of the experience is entirely the result of this person who's controlled the whole thing somehow.
Yeah.
Whereas I mean, it was fascinating. I did this show in I did the Royal Court. That was a translation of a Latvian play, and we entirely, and this is sort of partly what in the last panel as well going over, like the difference between working on the text before it goes on and working on the production. But there was clearly a bit that didn't really work in the play. Like and the director had them just do, you know, we went to see it in Latvia, and they just did it like a musical number, and then it kind of worked. And you wouldn't see that, I don't think. You wouldn't see a director going, oh, I can't get this to work. So, and that's the same thing as whether you're dramaturging the script or the production.
How would you feel if someone took your play and they made it serve politics that you yourself found really repugnant?
I guess I would only feel bad in the context of the sort of the way that the mainstream theatre, particularly in London, seems to operate. Is that I would feel bad because I imagine a lot of the response to it would presume that was my politics. So that would be why I potentially rile against that, but not because I would have a problem with the director's right to do that. It would only need to do with preempting the response.
But I mean, there's that idea that the politics can slip out of the play, isn't there? Or that you can put it on or take it out. Well, I guess there's the classic example that you can do Top Girls by Carol Churchill to presume that, you know, women ought to be as cutthroat as men, and then that's it. That's all there is to it.
Or Serious Monday, which was really enjoyed by the bankers. Champagne. So I mean, it actually took the sting out of it in that sense.
Or Enron, which is enjoyed by all of the stock people.
Maybe they're having like radical experiences and like inner transformation. They are people too.
It's inherently the problem with both of those, like Sloane Square, is just problematic in that sense.
Yeah.
Just because, I mean, a lot of people should like a play on there where the point sort of, one of the political readings could be kill everybody who's in the audience, and so some people were like shouting at it. That was really difficult because I'd written it thinking that wouldn't be. I thought it would be kind of people coming, and a lot of people were coming sort of open-minded and for it, but a lot of people were the exact people which was fun on some levels. But then with something like Posh, I was next to someone in the audience and they said at the interval, they just turned to their friend and said, "Mate, I just wish I was back at uni."
It's talking of this like audience or context, because I just had this conversation with a friend yesterday who read the author and was and I really love that play, and I saw it at the Royal Court and at the Travers, and she was very disappointed by it because she felt as though the play was assuming that there was no one in the audience who could have had a traumatic experience. Like, because the play sort of takes this idea that you aestheticize a traumatic experience and then present it to a very comfortable middle-class audience is like a really violent thing to do. But she was like, but this assumes that there's just nobody in the audience who might have actually experienced something traumatic themselves, who might not be privileged. And I was like, well, it was at the Royal Court. It did feel that way being in the audience. You know, it's like a depressing fact that the Royal Court does bring a certain kind of context and baggage to it. And being in the audience of the Royal Court, it felt appropriate. Like, it just felt like it was like an appropriate gesture in that context. But I could see how in a different... She said that what bothered her about it was that it just took for granted that only certain kinds of people go to see theater.
And in that play, the audience play a certain role, don't they? Because it's always a Royal Court, no matter where it is.
Yeah, exactly.
So the audience is playing the role of the Royal Court audience.
Yeah.
Cathy, do you have a question?
I kind of want to take the discussion a slightly question, more a harder question to answer than may first appear to be, and it's something I've been kind of grappling with, is this idea of the open text and what is an open text? Because if we're saying that any text opens up an infinite number of possibilities, then what is it that distinguishes what we might think of as an open text? And I mean, an example that I quite often refer to is something like Attempts on Her Life by Martin Prim. And what is it then that we're saying is different about that text than any other text? And what is different about the possibilities afforded by that text than by other theatre texts? And I think, I don't know if that's something that can be answered, but because it's something I've been grappling with personally, I'd be interested to hear some other perspectives on that.
I don't actually think there is such a thing as an infinite number of possibilities of interpretation for a text. I think there is a big range. I think there are different things that we're going to focus on within, however, certain parameters. So I don't think that, Song from Far Away, which I saw last week, I don't think that anyone who goes to see that play will miss the fact that it's a play about grief and that it is a play about family. So these are at least two things that we'll all have in common in our interpretation. And then what it comes to mean for each one of us will be different on the basis of, political, cultural, whatever sensibilities that we bring. There is such a thing as finite possibilities, but in the, I used the word exciting before, I'm going to use it again. In the most exciting text, that range is broader and more nuanced. It doesn't mean that, for example, I can go see, Attempts on Her Life is a particularly difficult example because that play can mean so many different things, but I can't go, for example, see Song from Far Away and think that it is about, I don't know, genocide, because it isn't. But some of the plays that are particularly difficult to pin down, that's the greatness of that play. I mean, I think that's political defiance in itself. That's an act of resistance against interpretation. And maybe, ultimately, that's the value of it. I don't think that we can hypothesize endlessly about what the text is likely to mean. I think some interpretations will be more plausible than others. I've had to answer that same question, Catherine, while I was writing about that play and some other plays as well. And ultimately, it's where things converge, and knowing that audiences are very complex communities trying to find some parameters, or such has been my methodology at least, trying to find some parameters that are interconnecting. And so certain possibilities emerge more strongly than others. But you can never ultimately tame a text that resists being tamed. And that's why that's why we're so interested in the process of scholarship.
I've been thinking actually about one thing all day that we never really touched on, and that's is there still a place for the director in all this, in this conversation? Because Tim obviously didn't really address it because or presently he did say there was present and she had directed one of his plays, but if his plays are directed, then they are directed by him. And I just wonder whether there is discussion to be had about the role of the director in this relation between text and performance in the UK context specifically.
Tim actually directs his plays collaboratively with Andy Smith and Carl, I can't remember, someone else.
James.
Yes, and so I think that it's more of this from this kind of what we were talking about, the smaller scale kind of devising world where there's like the artist whose name is dominant on the piece, and then they have like dramaturgs or outside eyes who allow them to have some sort of like depth of perspective in terms of realizing the piece, because otherwise it would maybe get too insular if it was just him working.
No, I'm aware of the mechanics of he spoke about it today. I just wonder, just try and clarify the question, whether we can think about the directors as an author, as an intermediary, as a necessary figure, in contemporary theatre.
It's a really one thing when Catherine was asking the question that I thought about the open text, which relates to your question as well, is I wondered why is it
isn't it just the question of whether or not the writer is dead or alive, and whether or not they want to take part in the rehearsal process or not, basically? Because I think if you have, I think that ideally it should be a collaboration between the writer and the director has like, I don't know, and so in a way that almost would make those terms seem a little bit a little bit prescriptive, I suppose. Or it could be a director who's directing a text by a person who's dead, and then it's really completely their vision, and they are the kind of author. They're basically rewriting the text, I suppose, for the audience, but live with the scenography. But that's just my theory of it, because I've always felt weird when I've written more conventional things that a director directs, and I'm only expected to be at like a third of the rehearsals or less. I find it weird, like, because I feel like I just feel strange about it. It's strange.
I want them there. I want to be able to watch the thing and see them in it as much, and see that it's them at stake as well. And that's what I mean. That's what I love about Cathy Mitchell or Richard Jones or someone like that. You know, say what you like or dislike. It's them. They're doing a thing. Whereas the thing in the last panel, I guess, about facilitating or just bringing the text to life. I've sometimes worked with that kind of director. I'd really rather not. I don't want someone who's just going to be like, I'm going to put your story, I'm going to help the actors understand your story and then put it on stage. I want somebody who's going to put as much at stake artistically and be as much of an author in the project as I'm being. Otherwise, I don't really see the point of why. Otherwise, I would direct it, but I can't. I'm very good people.
This morning, Tim Crouch said that sometimes he wishes there were a chair by the side of the stage at every play where the playwright sits. So everybody can say, like, it was that person, that person's fault. So you might have a chair next to that chair with the director.
Well, it was weird because one of the actors in the show that I'm doing at the moment was ill, and so I did it for 2 previews, and I did sit at the side of the stage, like wearing my own clothes, and it was the kind of most surreal, strange, like kind of meta-theatrical experience, because they'd been told it was me, and I was the author, and I was kind of significantly younger than anyone on stage. I had clearly written these lines they put them in the mouths of actors who were much older than I was. So it's very strange then to be delivering a speech that was clearly meant for a much older man, but as a person who wrote the language, it felt like, I mean, you really put yourself, they've really realised what you do as an actor, putting yourself out. I mean, I wasn't even acting it, but how emotionally exposed you are doing that thing.
So is that the director's sort of, not obligation is too strong of a word, but is that what we should expect from a director, or what we would want to expect from a director is more of a collaborator than a midwife for a piece?
I think Duska's question is really important, and I mean, anyone who's read Duska's book knows that she's taken a really enlightened approach to this very issue of scholarship. And this book should get mentioned, and it is award-winning, as we said. It is multi-award-winning, as we said. But no, joking aside, it's a really important piece of writing that is getting the attention it deserves because it addresses in very convincing ways, you know, that non-binary really, and how you make a performance in ways that are very collective, even in practice in the text-based or so-called text-based. The question that Duska asks is important because there are plays that get commissioned that a director is a more, or the first figure attached to a project, and then the playwright comes along, and or maybe sometimes it's a relationship that's a working relationship, and it's hard to think of a better example than the New Blake-Stevens example, where there's literally such a kind of beautiful flow of work that becomes seamless almost in its outcome. And then there are no hierarchical structures, I suppose. And you know, it was really also really good to see when the Royal Court Theatre had the Open Court Festival a couple of years ago, directors as well, as literary managers, so that, you know, you're asked to create practice from a different viewpoint. But yeah, I would also welcome more of a discussion on the director, because I think, however much I've really appreciated the conversations today, because a lot of us do, I mean, I'm a scholar, Rory's a writer, so let's say that we, in a way, we do represent text-based practices. It's really important that we remember that there are collaborations that have made certain plays iconic because that was the director's vision of a certain play.
Can I come back to the open text question?
Yeah.
Because I just needed a bit of time to think it over. I think I would say that all texts have a degree of openness, of course. So in a sense, you could say that all texts are an open text. Any text is an open text. And I would also say that it has infinite possibilities, but that's not to say that it has every possibility. But the way that I would characterise an open text would be that it leaves significant, and one would have to establish what you thought that meant, dramaturgical decisions open. And that could mean so many different things, but there are quite a few texts will suggest dramaturgical structures within which they would comfortably fit, and sort of ways of doing things that one can recognise. They still have infinite possibilities within that, and then some seem to deliberately not do that. So that would be my reading of it, I think.
Sorry, Cathy, does it go back to your point earlier you were making, which was fantastic, I thought, about the playwright occupying a position from which he or she is going to provide us with an analysis, a social historical analysis of a particular period of history or a particular state of the nation, as said it. And is that what we might consider as being a more closed text?
Well,
because it matters. Because it matters. Because then you ask the question to Rory, how would you feel if your play was made to represent politics that were abhorrent to you?
But
there's some kind of. It's a question. I'm asking because this is entirely anecdotal, I'm afraid. But when I went to Germany, I saw a production of Chekhov's Three Sisters, which was exploded, nuts falling from the ceiling, and big puppet heads, and Beatles, and all the rest of it. It was tremendous. Saw a production of Death of a Salesman, where they'd also done funny things with it. I hated it, couldn't bear it. And as I say, it's completely anecdotal and completely subjective, but I just wondered whether there was actually something in the text, because what's, I don't know, the logos or whatever of Death of a Salesman is its kind of manifesto.
So if you ignore that, you've lost it.
So if you ignore that, you kind of lost the whole point of putting it on. I don't know. I'm not convinced by what I'm saying, but I'm just.
Could it have just been a bad production? Like maybe they
maybe it's just a shit production. and my own shortcomings as a spectator are not the fault of these productions.
Because the thing that you had, like the ideal version in your mind would have been the most like closed off, typical version of Death of a Salesman. Not ideal, but you know, like the script that you read would have been like the same for me with Death of a Salesman versus what they were doing, which wasn't good. You know, so the thing you kind of
just as fixed an idea of what should happen in Chekhov.
But Chekhov was so good that you were happy.
Right? For sure, but I guess it's the idea of absolutely. There's good bad things and there's bad things. There's good concepts and bad things. Absolutely, I appreciate that, and that's why I prefaced it by saying also this is anecdotal and subjective. But it was just having that experience made me then think, okay, so are there texts that are more open than others or more closed than others, and if so, why is that?
I think there is a connection there. I would really hesitate to say it maps completely. I don't know. And also that kind of political voice isn't necessarily one that can't encompass ambiguity either. You know, like, I mean, Brecht is full of ambiguity and very clearly has a political analysis. So, but I wouldn't call his plays open texts either.
No.
So, yeah, I'm not sure how directly that would map, but that's interesting.
There are a couple of hands from the audience, so I think you had your hand up the longest.
So I just wanted to introduce a possibility which is skirted around a bit, which is of attacking the text. So for example, like Song from Far Away, I haven't seen the production. I think I really don't like it. I think if I had to direct it, I'd want to attack it. Yeah. And that seems like, and Rory's mentioned this a little bit, but that seems like it's not really a possibility in this country, whereas in Germany it happens all the time. So that's one possibility, and one that thought about that. And the other one is, what about like, there's a kind of, again I think it's a kind of cliche of German theatre that's conceptually rigorous, and my experience is that it's not really. And actually they're usually just interested in what's interesting. They're not really interested in what's like conceptually rigorous. And when I talk to German directors, I say, why did you do that? And they're like, well, because it's not interesting. And it seems to me that in a way our assumptions about conceptual rigor might be conditioned by a kind of really British literary criticism approach to interpretation. It's like, it's okay to do something wacky as long as it kind of in some way clearly interprets the text. So I wonder, like, what are the possibilities of getting out of that model in terms of text, of just doing random things with it, or attacking it? Is that something you just can't?
Yeah, thanks for rephrasing my question. That's really what I was trying to.
I don't know. It seems a really ungenerous thing to do to attack a text. I would just really want to do it.
But maybe there are some texts that need attacking.
Yeah, that's
you know,
true.
like the Wooster Group's Hamlet is great because Hamlet needs to be attacked. It's a great play, but
Well,
we've seen it. It can withstand
Yeah.
it. We've seen it so many times that it's like such a thrill to see it attacked. But then again, if it were like a piece of new writing, this was also a question I had when I was thinking of Death of a Salesman work. For some reason, I was like, I could picture a weird version of Death of a Salesman that I might like. Whereas, like, I don't think I could picture a weird version of Chimerica that I would ever like. I think I just wanted to see the production I saw. I was happy with seeing, but in a way that's like a very contemporary, that's like a piece that's a piece of new writing that needs to exist now as it is, sort of thing.
And those brilliant plays, I think the really good ones that would have a kind of, I think that you sort of alluding to it a bit, almost like this kernel of infinity or irresolution at the bottom of them, where you can sort of do what you want almost to them, as long as you're doing something which is kind of grappling with the thing that it's got at the bottom of it, then it will feel true. Whereas the kind of shit plays that are just like, oh well, China and America aren't good or whatever, that they're not gonna, that you're not gonna, they don't have any kind of real sort of difficulty, or you know, ultimately you can boil it down. It's not about the irresolvability of the human spirit or whatever. Ultimately, it's about creating an argument of something, and therefore it wouldn't work if you were to do something like it.
I think it's got to have a little bit of love in it somewhere. Otherwise, it just seems. I don't know. Why would you just not do something else?
Maybe it's like attacking the way you like attack your parents sometimes, or like attacking the way you attack your partner or someone you really
You've
love.
got to care. You've got to care about it at some level.
You can care enough to attack it.
Yeah.
Do you want to jump in here?
Two questions. I just wonder, your point's really interesting about this idea of attacking the text. But I wonder, what do we mean by attacking the text? Because it seems to me that builds a new antagonism. The idea that actually, because if you're Chekhov in the dead, and you've got like, some amazing plays under your belt, and a director takes them on and goes, right, Crucifers is saying some really interesting things about this, that, and the other, but I've got to kind of stage it to say something different, completely the opposite of those things, then it's relatively safe thing to do, because the playwright's dead, play's old, and generally speaking, people see that person sometimes anyway, so we want to see it done new, we want to see a new radical version of that play, we invite that. On the other hand, with a new writer, I mean, how would that relationship work if a writer was encouraged to write something, and then the director was going to take that play and completely and utterly deliberately and kind of consciously go against what that writer wanted to achieve with it in every possible sense. What that look like? I'm just curious. And it's my naivety, I'm just generally curious what that looks like. And the second question is, maybe it's this idea of are some texts more open than others. I wonder if it's to do with how you look on the page. I mean, stage directions seem to be becoming more and more of a kind of thing of history now. Like even a Robert Holman play, it's full of very beautiful, very kind of pictorial stage directions about things happening, non-verbal things happening. But now I think more and more playwrights are more interested in rhythm and musicality of the text. And you look at a play like Robert Holman alongside Pure Emergencies for Martin Group, for example, where that text is asking the director to really step in and do something with it, because there's very little other than the language to kind of give you anything to go by. So is it to do with what's on the page a lot of the time, the kind of actual mechanics or the techniques that are being used? I wonder. Sorry, it's rambling, very rambling questions.
We have but a few minutes before we have to wrap
Can I just respond to that very quickly, which I think also in a way goes back to the way Cathy answered Catherine's question. So the example of lungs, how it was done by Payne's Brown, how it was done by Keith Mitchell as Atman. So that stage direction, I can't quote it, but it says something like no lighting changes, no major changes in voice, tone, nothing that signifies any kind of break in time or space. I think it's something like that. It doesn't say don't use bicycles to generate energy. And I think that's where the importance of a director comes in, as someone who's a genuine auteur, who's going to inscribe something that works with what is there, that doesn't attack or undermine, but that works to make this into a richer event. And maybe that's part of the interpretation process. So maybe there's a link that someone is going to pick up on, and then it becomes something else. It's because something that Cathy said, how she answered that question, and then the way that you asked it. Pure Emergencies, I think, is a very difficult.
So a director can just scribble out stage directions and kind of do their own thing anyway, but I guess my point was, even the act of doing that is an intervention in itself, and I think a lot of playwrights now, every playwright now who writes a play which really prescriptively outlines what they want from the director, there's a playwright who will write something which is totally open in terms of not putting certain things in which dictate, but actually acts more as a provocation. Yeah. And I think that's what really interesting stuff lies. Like Rory was saying, the ambiguities of a text, not offering up your message or your philosophy so readily, but actually creating something which is more provocative.
I don't know if it's a response to what you're saying, but one of the reasons I stopped writing plays was because directors completely ignored my stage directions, and because I wanted to think in terms of images as well as dialogue.
I was going to say this is also one of the reasons I was originally a playwright and I started working as like a live artist, and it's because I think as playwrights there's this bizarre thing of sort of giving you low self-esteem about your ability to direct or to understand scenography. Like it's taken for granted that like if the writer is too involved in what is staged, it will be boring. It won't be boring. It could be really interesting. A lot of contemporary performance companies are writers, directors, and performers all at once because their ideas are as fucking crazy as any directors would be. But yes,
exactly. Yeah. I really want to continue because I think I have a million things to say and ask. Unfortunately, we do have to wrap up. I just want to say on behalf of myself and Cathy, who I'm sure will speak up for herself in a second, that we're so grateful for everybody for coming out to Egham on a Saturday. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of our panelists and to Tim Crouch, who isn't here anymore. We also have to give thanks to Sean, who's been the tech for today, who's provided technical support, and our lovely volunteers, Poppy, Annie, and Nina. We also want to thank James for coming out to talk about platform, and I'm sorry I've forgotten your name from over in books.
George.
George, I'm sorry.
Been really interesting.
George, thank you from over in books. And we also have to thank Dan Revelado, who supervises both of our projects, for giving us a big hand in organizing the symposium. Have I forgotten anybody?
So just I suppose there's also kind of a thank you to the department of Royal Holloway for supporting the event, and also well you said to everyone who's come along today. So yeah, it's been a really come out of the department, if you come out of this building, turn right down the road, and it's on a road on the right called, someone's been correct, Harvest Road. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah. So just not too far, just up the road, turn right up the road on a road called Harvest Road. So we'll have to clear up here, but we'll join anyone who wants to head there and kind of continue conversations. Also, it might be a good idea to go there for a bit before trying to travel back, because the trains might be a bit busy going through Richmond, because the rugby, which starts I think at 7 or 7:30, so it might be a bit busy up until that point. We might have to wait it out for a bit.
If you do want to head over to the Happy Man, we have a table reserved at 6 o'clock, and it's under my name, Caitlin. So
yes, hopefully we can do that.
thank you.
I'm really happy for it. And to me that feels like
I'll wait.